Hey, yo, 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 mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, 1 2, mic check, 1 2, 1 2, mic check, mic check, 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 check. Wagwan people, wagwan people, wagwan people, wagwan people, wagwan people, wagwan people. Random show, 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 random show. Back once again, back once again. Random show. We're back once again. We're back once again. Welcome people in the stream chat. Welcome everybody. Apologies for the delay. I know I'm about more than an hour late, but hey, we're still here regardless. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Apologies for that little burp off mic. We're back once again. Guess what? It's day one again. Guess what? It's day one again. Guess what? It's day one. Day uno once again. Day uno once again. Groundhog Day. We keep going until we hit it. We keep going until we hit it. Many doubters in the comments. Many doubters in the replies. Many doubters in the Discord. I see you mofos. I see everything you write. Many doubters in the DMs. Many doubters probably in the chat right now. But we're going to keep on going. This is day one. We're going to eventually get to day 31. Eventually we will get there. Eventually we will get there. Will you be there with me though? Will you be there with me though? Will you be by my side? Will you be standing there strong? Or will you be typing mean words, hoping to hurt my feelings, hoping to dissuade me, hoping to knock me off my horse, hoping to fucking knock me off the street, hoping to knock me off the cliff, hoping to knock me off the building? Will you be standing by me? Or will you be one of the haters? You gotta decide right now. Choose your fighter. Choose your leader. Choose your guy. Choose. Huh? Your fellow haters and compadres in the comments, in the Discord, counting me out because I'm starting the timer once again for the 4th time. Because I'm starting it for the 4th time again. Are you going to doubt me? Or are you going to hold me down? Huh? Are you going to write me off? Because that's how you write off your own life? After 1 fool, 2 fools, 3 fools, 4 fools? Are you gonna write me out the way you write yourself out? Give yourself another chance. Why, like I give myself another chance. Have faith in yourself the way I have faith in myself. Look at yourself and think, that nigga handsome. That nigga determined. That nigga driven. Look at that. Huh? Come on. If I can do it, you can do it. You see yourself in me, I see myself in you. We are the same, me and you. We're the same. We're the same. We're very much the same. No. I can't be that guy, man. I can't do that. I can't do that manipulation. I can't be that guy. I can't keep it up for long. My fault, error, apologies. I should have been here last couple of days. I fucked up. We're starting again. It's day number 1 of the flipping marathon stream. We'll begin again. It's annoying. I know. I get it. It's annoying. I'm restarting it, but at least I'm being honest with myself. At least I'm pushing myself. At least I'm going their direction. We're gonna start doing it, okay? That's what we're gonna start doing.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up ADSENSE.
La 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 liar.
Big up the L's in the chat. Big up the L gang, liar gang. Oh, look at that. It matches the flag. Look at that. I think you could spell liar like that, couldn't you? If you wanted to. You could maybe spell liar like that, couldn't you? Right? No, you could maybe spell liar like that. Yeah, you could. You could maybe spell liar like that. Right? You could maybe spell liar like that if you wanted to. You could maybe spell it. Liar. Anyway, big up everybody in the stream chat. Again, I fucked up. I should have been here, but I wasn't, okay? My sincere apologies. We're back on the horse once again. We are going again for the 4th time. I'm resetting the clock for the 4th time. Day 1 of 31. Let's freaking go. We're not stopping until we get to the 31 days. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Maybe this 4th time lucky. Not fucking 3rd time lucky. Maybe it's 4th time lucky. We're going to be here. You're going to be here. And if you don't want to be here, I understand. If I've lost your faith, I understand. If you think I'm not to be... What's that thing called? If you think I'm not to be relied upon, I understand. But I'm here regardless, okay? And I'm going to earn back your trust. Every stream, I'm going to earn back your trust bit by bit, brick by brick, okay? I promise you. This is the last time I hit you. I was only angry because my team lost. This is the last time Daddy strikes you, okay? It's gonna be the last time. The last time. It's gonna be the last time Daddy strikes you, okay? You know how Daddy gets after the football. You shouldn't have worn that top in the club. You shouldn't have worn that top in the club. I told you that only brings trouble. You know I only do this because I love you, right? You know you do this because I love you. Oh, that brings back bad memories. Oh, we got my parents, but bloody hell, man. Having to hold your hand out like this back in the day and have your dad look you dead in the eye as he whacks you with a wooden spoon and tells you he's only doing this because he loves you. Ooh. And I don't even know. I honestly, half of my beatings, or maybe the majority of them, I don't even know what I did. And I don't think anything, maybe with the exception of maybe like one thing. But I can't think of many things of my beatings that I got that were deserved of a beating. Like, you know? Especially to that extent. Like talking back. Like having a bit of lip because you're like a teenager. Or like, you know, God forbid, having your own opinion. That shouldn't be enough to get like punched up, you know what I mean? To get like stomped out and shit. To get wooden spoons, belts and shit. Clothing.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Masazis.
Don't worry, I didn't lose faith, Oz. I never believed.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a genuine reaction. Oh my god, I didn't read the last bit. Oh my god, big up Addy Z. That was a genuine reaction. I legitimately didn't read the last bit. I put my fist up and you literally gagged me. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. How could I have lost faith if I never believed? Huh? I never believed in you, Augustine. Oh, you don't come for the darkness. How could I lose faith in something I don't believe in? Oh. Anyways, we're back. We're ready to roll. Okay, apologies everybody for everybody that missed out. But we're here. Okay, we're here. Oh god, let's do this. Let's do this. One second. Oh. Oh god. Yeah. Cool. Let's do this. Big up everybody. What's the stream chat saying? What people saying? What's the stream chat saying? What's the stream chat saying here? What are you guys saying? What are you guys saying here? What are you guys saying here? People said I'm grateful for every beating or brainwash. People that say I'm grateful. Big up Jack Donaghy Jr. I wouldn't say I'm not grateful. It's a hard one, isn't it? It's a hard one because I'm not gonna sit here and say that maybe me, my little bros weren't unruly kids. It's hard to say not. It's not about not be. I have understanding for it. Like I like to joke about the kids thing, right? I don't have any kids, right? Or maybe I do. Who knows? Maybe I do. But it must be difficult to try and raise kids in a new country where you don't know the language, you don't know the culture, you're trying to assimilate yourself into this new place. It just must be hard to figure all that stuff out. Plus they come from another generation, right? My parents were born like what, in the 60s or something. So that whole, they come from a whole different world. So to try and raise those type of kids in that time that they were growing up in, like, it's a lot, So they were just doing the best they could. They were doing the best they could with the tools and information they had at that time. So I'm not super, do you know what I mean? I just think nowadays, could you imagine if you're a parent now to like a Gen Z kid trying to discipline them? Could you imagine how hard it is to discipline a Gen Z kid? Like, they would not have it. Like, which is a good thing probably. But there's probably a likelihood a Gen Z kid might call CPS after you know. You know that. I think there's a potential that if you had a Gen Z kid and you were trying to discipline them at home, there's a potential they may call Child Protective Services on your ass as a parent. Legit. You slap a Gen Z kid once, that kid might never talk to you again. That kid might never talk to you again. It's that real. Like they don't go for that sort of shit. So I don't know. Maybe generation is different, but I don't really put too much blame on my parents. They're doing the best they could with the information I have available. It's just funny thinking back to it because, like I said, I don't think there's a single beating that I got that justified the level of beating that it was. You know, not a single one really. I don't think so. I wouldn't think. You know, because I don't think I ever even got arrested when I was at home. All that stuff's happened when I left. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even think I even brought police to my house. You know what I mean? So it's like, why should, you know, like, it's like, hold on. No police came to my house. From me anyway, I don't think so. From what I can remember. No beef really for the most part. Wasn't like I was stashing drugs at home or anything. Nothing crazy. It was just like conflict within the family. And then, you know, you get the, yeah. Fucking. But it got to a point where my dad especially got tired of it. He got tired of it quickly though. And it was always funny when my mum would try and like get my dad riled up, you know? Like when my dad come back from work, she'd try and snitch on him about something that we did. My dad would be like, look, I'm just too tired, man. You have to fake being angry to like make her happy. But she wanted to see violence. She wanted to see blood. We got my mum. She wanted to see blood. She wanted to see blood. But then I was like, I just came back from a shift, bro. I want to eat. I want to eat some fufu and go to sleep, bro. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Pick up the stream chat. We're saying cut off their Wi-Fi. My kid is Gen Z. He got plenty of asshole bits. Oh really? Big up Josie. Okay, fair play. Fair play. Maybe depends the type of household you grew up in. Maybe you can get away with it depending on what your kids like. Okay, fair play. Gen Z. Okay, fair play. Big up, son. I appreciate you. Immigrant parents are still operating off the programming they were raised on. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I think it's up to us, whatever the kid, to break the cycle, which is hard to do. But it's up to you to break the cycle. It's almost like, which is why I always get so happy when I see kids like who are grown up in a family where the parents abuse drugs and alcohol, and then they end up being sober, or they end up having a really healthy relationship and that sort of stuff. It's quite nice because it means like you broke that cycle, you know? It didn't need to continue with you and your kids, and you set a good example for your kids. I think that's really important. So if you didn't agree with how your parents brought you up, which doesn't happen sometimes it goes the opposite way. Sometimes kids get beat really hard and their kids hate it when they become adults, but then when they have their own kids, they end up repeating the same mistakes their parents did, you know? Which again, I don't have any, because kids are unruly, innit? Like the other day, these kids actually in London, kind of near where I live actually, some kid threw like a chair from like the second floor of like a shopping mall, just randomly, just no reason why it did, just for shits and giggles. And I think it hit somebody, if I'm not mistaken. I think they went to court recently, and they're looking at some serious time in prison. 2 black kids, probably African as well, judging by their names. So most likely grew up in a household where 2 parents are there, 2 parents working, probably smart kids as well. And just one day they decided to just throw a chair off the second floor of a fucking shopping mall, nearly hitting somebody, could have killed somebody, could have, you know, seriously injured somebody. What do you do like that as a parent? Like, that's not your fault. Yeah, I mean, that's not your fault. You didn't do anything. You gave your kid a couple of bucks to go out, have some fun with their friends, buy some McDonald's or some shit, and next thing they're getting, you know, you get a knock on the door from the police because they're looking for you because some kid threw a fucking chair off a second floor of a shopping mall. It's fucking crazy, man. Kids are wild. But hey, what can you do? Yeah, big up Josie. Yeah, mama don't play. He did get to the age where they're no longer effective. Not saying it's right, but I was young on my own. Yeah, no, forget. Don't even be too harsh on yourself, Josie, man. Sometimes you gotta do. And sometimes there is such a thing as like, you're just doing it out of pure fear and just, you know, wanting the best for them. And I think your kids know that. There's a difference between discipline and like beatings, you know? Like, I think we could discern that. There's a real difference between like discipline a kid and beat it, like abuse. We know that's a thing. Yeah, exactly, Ason. Big up Chase Car. Parents I see in public don't even bother disciplining their kids anymore. Exactly. The worst is at an airport, man. But I also understand too, man. I guess when you get older, you have more sympathy. The worst is at an airport. I think you see the real unruly kids and the parents that just give up in airports. Oh, some of the kids take real piss at the airports because I don't know. Maybe it's just a whole traveling thing, right? It just runs you down from the getting ready to whatever to the journey there, packing, immigration, and kids take the real piss at an airport. But you also get to see the parents who just given up and just like their faces are just like, look, I don't care. Like, whatever, man. As long as we get there, we get there. You know what I mean? Whatever happens between now and there, fuck it. Which is horrible. Big up Tim Okazi. Wagwan Tim Okazi. Big up Booth McGee. Big up Ryan Harty. My grade wasn't allowed to go on field trips because a kid threw something out the window of a car. Yeah, exactly. Big up, all it takes is one kid, man. Ryan Harty. All it takes is one delinquent kid. I think it's happened with me back in the day with like yo-yos. Like one kid smacked a kid over the head with a yo-yo and his eye popped out, and then the whole school got banned of yo-yos. Why? Why did that kid do that? Smacked a kid over the head with a fucking yo-yo, his eye popped out, and then yo-yos were banned. It's like, bro, you ruined the fun for everybody. Most likely, unruly kid. Anyway, big up everybody in the stream chat. Appreciate you. Let's get into the show. I wasted enough of you guys' time. Let's get into the show. First things first. Big up my hitter. The one and only Kat Baker, right? Let's big up fucking blood clot Kat Baker. I was just talking to her about this actually the other day. I saw this on her fucking feed and I blew an absolute gasket. I was like, no way is Kat Baker getting this up in the world. Look who Kat Baker just recently sat down with. Look who she sat down with recently. Big up blood clot Kat Baker, bruh. Absolutely phenomenal work.
Watch me party on you, yeah.
As you can see, this is POV. You're about to do a 50-man challenge with Bonnie Blue just to pay your bills because you choose to study sociology in university. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that flipping amazing? Yeah, and Bonnie Blue even left a comment down in the section there. We will see how much you've learned on 15th. So I did ask Kat Baker about this, wondering whether or not she's actually taking part in this 50-man challenge. Unfortunately for some of you Kat Baker lovers, she is not. She's not taking part. She's merely there to spectate, from what I've been told. I don't know. It's just what she told me in the DM. She could be like, and she might pop up there with her legs spread and shit. But from what I've been told, she's merely there to document and to spectate. Allegedly. But yeah, she did sit down with Kat Baker. With Bonnie Blue for a little interview and shit. One thing is for certain, bro. Hand on the Bible and all fucking, whatever on the side and everything else. I would tear down Bonnie Blue in it. Let's be real. I know the meme. I know the fucking thing on social. I know what it looks like and shit. But I would tear Bonnie Blue down. I don't think I've seen a more banging slag in my life on the internet, because you know what slags usually look like, right? You know what capital S slags usually look like? Whores, capital W's. You know what they usually look like? They don't look like that. Like, she's a baddie, innit? Let's be real, she's a baddie. Now, would I do it? As in queue up at some stairwell with a bunch of flipping Akis. And when I say Akis, you know what I mean. If you're in the UK, you know what I'm talking about. Would I queue up in the stairwell of an Airbnb with some Akis in my socks? With my tits out? in some socks with my tits out? With a fucking rubber in my pocket? No. But if I could do it without the Akis, I might be there. If there was a possibility of doing it without the Akis there, I would be there. And I'm sure some of you in the chat would as well. Bonnie Blue is a smoky. She is a piece, as Chris Stefano would say. She's a piece. Let's be real. Let's be real, bro. Let's be real. Because you know she's a piece, right? You know, but you know I'm not the only person that thinks this. And it's not only the slag thing, it's also the thing about, you know, a lot of these guys probably won't ever smash a girl hotter than Bonnie Blue in their real life anyway. You know, it's not just a slag thing, because I think I was talking to Kat about this, right? The really crazy thing, right, about this is that recently I've noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed this.
Powerful bunch.
You see the video she's riding dude in the Tesla? Yum.
Have I seen it? Have I seen it? Bruh, it might be downloaded, bruh. It might be downloaded. Have I seen it, bruh? It might be in the files, bruh. Have I seen it? It might be in the files. About have I seen it? About have I seen it? Big up Abe Martinez. Big up Bloodcut Abe Martinez. About have I seen it? About, you know, I've seen it. Big up Abe Martinez. Sorry, I just got the visual in my head. Anyway, big up Abe Martinez here. Look, what I was saying right here is creepy uncle. Let's chill. Let me drink some. Let me drink some juice. Brendan style. What I was saying to Kat Baker is this here. I've noticed recently in all the clips of Bonnie Blue, with like the little trailers that she puts out, I think I've noticed recently way more bare faces. Have you guys noticed that? Am I the only person that's noticed in recent trailers of Bonnie Blue's things, like and the trailers are usually just like a pan of like the people in the queue? I've noticed way more bare faces. Not as many shiesties as before. When she first started going viral, there were bare shiesties in the queue. Bare people with balaclavas on, some sort of fucking mask or something. Nowadays, people are going to smash Bonnie Blue in Airbnbs in a room full of 100 other niggas. Bare face. That's how leng she is, bro. That's how leng this girl is. People are going there knowing full well their pictures and videos are going to be plastered all over the internet for all to see, and they're going there bare face. That is a real measure of how leng you are as a whore. Everyone's like, fuck it, I'm gonna risk it. STD or not, fuck it, let's go. That is crazy. You know how nuts that is? Do you know how insane it is to go to a flipping one of her meetups and turn up barefaced, or spud the mandem afterwards? Go out to eat later, go out to clubs later and shit. Do you think she's rough? Big up Flazzers. What does rough mean though? Let's look at her profile, because I never. What's up? Let's just check her profile. What do you mean when you say rough? What do you mean by rough, bro? What does rough look like to you? Like a girl. What does a rough girl look like to you? That's not a rough girl to me. Rough. I don't know, bro. I see a lenga. I see a lenga right there, you know? I don't know about you. I see a lengas, bro. I don't see a rough person here. Really? You think this is rough? I see roof. I see roof. Okay. I'm wondering, okay, people say plastic surgery, without work, her face is nasty. Yeah, but, you know, all of us without work will probably be nasty. If we don't wash your face, if you don't take out the shit in the corner of your eyes, we're nasty. You don't put moisturizer on, we're nasty. Look at my face, bro. I just dipped it in some olive oil. If I didn't do this, I'd be nasty too. We all got our shit. You know what I mean? We all got our shit. I'm out here defending Bonnie Blue. Yeah, some of you guys think I'm defending simp for Kalila. You ain't seen nothing yet. Some of you guys think I simp for Kalila. Try and talk bad about Bonnie Blue in my presence, bro. Try and come after Bonnie Blue in my presence. But look, Kanye, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't see rough, bro. I see a langers. I see a langers, bro. I see a langers. I would tear down.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Chris Mack.
Alexa, play Bone Crusher Never Scared.
Exactly.
Eggplant emoji. Nervous sweat emoji. Fire emoji.
Exactly. Are you not scared? If you really want to test you're never scared for, go raw. Go raw and you'll see how fucking many guys will turn up, right? Imagine she's like, bareback challenge, guys. I'm gonna smash as many guys as I can before I get and see how long it takes me to get an STD. Imagine that. I'm gonna smash as many guys as I can and see how long it takes me to get an STD. Come inside of me, guys. You will see how many guys will pop up. You think men have no standards? You think men's desire for whores is so depraved that they would do anything? If you think it's low now, just you wait. 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 Oh god. Anyway. What are you guys saying here? She's had work done. She hasn't done anything about those itty bitty titties. Now I think the titties thing helped, to be honest. To be fair to her, I think the whole breast thing is part of the look, and it's part of the allure. That probably helps to make her look a little bit more organic, real, maybe. I don't know. There's probably a reason for it, right? Because she's got a lot of work done on her face, clearly. So I'm assuming the tits thing is probably just maybe it's a personal preference, and also maybe just to make her look a little bit more legit, normal, every day. Does that make sense? Because maybe if she got like fake, super big melons, maybe it would kind of put it. I don't know. Does that make sense? Maybe that's part of it. If that makes any sense, maybe that's part of it, or maybe she just likes the look in general. This more European tablet, because she also doesn't have a BBL. She also doesn't have a BBL or anything. But how many will do this? How many of you will do this, bro? How likely? Don't forget how many of you. I'm just thinking, what would it take for me to do this? What would it take for me to do this? I don't think there's enough drugs in the world or booze in the world that'll make me do this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too sure there's enough. Lips in there, full mouth and tongue. That's a tough one, lads. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I might queue up with the Akis with my slippers on and shit and a bally, you know, and 2 rubbers, but I don't think I could do this. This is some white boy shit. This is some real white boy shit, you know? This is some real white boy shit. I don't think I could do this, man. I honestly don't think I could do this. Yeah, look at this guy. He's waiting for his turn there. Look at the guy who's excited to go. Excited to go. Fucking hell. What the other pic saying? Another one kissing too. Fucking hell. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Not too sure, man. There's the angel, bro. There's our angel. Look what the comments saying. So like you down to collab or what? Absolutely stunning. I want to be like you. We need you in Jamaica. Oh my god, I think she might die there. I think she might die in Jamaica. All the Mandingo Mandem, all the Mandingo Mandem in what's patois for Mandingo, What's patois for Mandingo? We need you in Jamaica. Dream. Comments from desperate people. Utter perfection. Bonnie. Open your mouth up. Jesus Christ. She's cute. My favorite blonde. Why? What? Why? Oh eyes. She looked. I don't know. I think you're going to like the Czech Republic. Haha. Fucking hell. All private accounts, by the way, as well. Notice that. Are they all private accounts or public? All of them are private, I think. No, some public accounts. Most of them are private, though. Yeah, most are private, of course. You gotta keep that degeneracy behind a fucking wall. Oh my god. Wait, guys, AZ did say rubbering another man's semen on your chest doesn't make you gay. He's telling us this, did he? I just think having sex with a man or exchanging like sexual favors is like classified gay. I just think some people are just freaky, innit? I don't know. I would never do the rubbing cum thing on my chest and shit. I'm not into that sort of stuff. It's just, I don't know. Shouldn't gay stuff just be gay stuff? Like, kissing a guy is gay, fucking a guy is gay, getting head from a guy is gay, fucking a guy is gay, getting fucked by another guy is gay, but all the other stuff is like, I don't know. Does that make you, I don't know. People kept accusing Diddy of being gay, and I haven't seen one outright gay thing yet so far. I've seen loads of abusive stuff. I've seen loads of intimidation stuff. I've seen loads of manipulative stuff. But I've not seen one gay thing, proper gay thing. You know, like like actual sexually. Is rubbing a man's cum on your chest borderline gay? Yeah, probably. Is it right on the edge? Probably, but you still have to have, I don't know, like, I don't know. Some people just have weird kinks, man. I'm not here to kink shame, you get me? People in the stream say, it's 100% gay. Chat, lads, chat. Is rubbing another man's load on your chest gay or not? Chat. Look at this world, man. Look at the world we have. Look at the world we're in. Look at the world we're in, bro. Look at the world we're in. BERT Coiler, if you have to ask, it's gay. Sometimes it's not, though, isn't it? Sometimes you have to ask for clarification. You're asking for permission. You're asking for consent. You're asking to make sure everyone has a good time. You know, people want consent, then you ask, and then people call you gay. You see? See what I mean? Everyone's talking about consent and shit. You ask for consent, then someone says you're gay. All of a sudden people say could you imagine talking to your boys and like bringing that up? Like, how do you bring that up? Imagine mentioning that to your friends like drunk. Yeah, boys, honestly, man, I had a mad one last night, bro. After Manny, mad one. Oh, what went down? Do you fuck those girls? Yeah, man, I fuck those girls, innit, man? It was crazy, man. Then one lad came through. What lad? You know, one of the lads was in the club. Oh, yeah, cool, yeah. What, do you fuck them together? Yeah. But he got so mad, boys. I swear to God, he got so mad after a couple of lines, yeah? He got so mad, yeah, after a couple of Maggies, yeah? He just busts, and I must have just like grabbed that thing and just like rub it all over me, you get me? And the girls are going crazy. They're like, hold on. What? Yeah, man, it's just a mad thing. What do you mean he rubbed it? What, you took... So what, how did you get it from him to you? I just took it off him, innit? What do you mean you took it off him? You know, I just took it off him, innit? I just took it off him. So what, you grabbed his thing and... Can you imagine that conversation? Could you imagine the looks on your friend's face as you say that to a group full of lads? I just took it off him, innit? They look at you like that guy in White Lotus, where that guy's describing to him that story about how he hooked up with all the trannies. Like, just mouth open, aghast. Like, what? It's dumbfounded. Oh, mate. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Just a bit of banter between the lads, exactly. Just a bit of banter. Imagine thinking banter is busting on your guys on your mate's chest. Imagine that becomes banter. Imagine banter becomes busting on your male friend's chest. Just boys being boys. Big up Abram Preach. Boys being boys. Is busting on each other's chest. Oh my god. Big up Brendan Mullery. That's very true. AZ, this kind of talk would make you very popular on the guest on Tfatk. No. I'm too my humor's too dark. I think I'd even make Brendan. I'd make Brendan and Brian uncomfortable. I would push it so far for the band, I'd make them uncomfortable. They couldn't deal with it. They could not deal with it. I remember trying to run some of those jokes in a barber shop one time, and they nearly beat me up. Which is kind of wild, because if I actually was gay, that would be a fucking homophobic attack. But they were close to fucking beating me up. I tried to run this type of humor in the black barbers. They were not having it. They were not having this bad. You get me? But hey, you guys kind of have to have it because it's a one-way conversation. You get me? So you can obviously turn off the stream, but I get to say what I want, you know, without fear of repercussions. No one's here is glaring at me. You guys are letting me live my truth, you know. No one's beating me. No one's disciplining me. Everyone's letting me speak my mind for the sake of jokes, right? It's jokes, right? It's jokes, right? It's jokes, correct? Because you can't be gay if you're looking at Bonnie. You can't be gay if you say what I'm saying and you're looking at Bonnie Blue's profile, right? You can't be gay, right? Right? Oh shit! Look how different she looks there. Shit. Okay. Still, would tear down. Would tear down with a swiftness. Would tear down with a swiftness. With a swiftness. No questions asked. All the way there. Anyway, let's go. Let's continue. Let's get off Bonnie Blue. Let's get off Bonnie Blue. So I want to talk about this, because I don't think I spoke about it properly last time, and I think I was also super tired, and I think I was maybe sounding a little bit like Unique last episode. I'm not too sure, but I think I was.
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, jokes. Shiraz, haha. Skull emoji. Skull emoji. Skull emoji.
Yeah, but even if there weren't jokes, like what's a bad thing about fucking what's a bad thing about scooping up your boy's, you know, ejaculate like a fucking Muller corner? Huh? What's a bad thing about that? Just boys being boys, isn't it? Boys being boys. What's wrong with that? You're just helping out your friend. He's got a little bit left over. You need some protein. What's wrong with that? Big up King Bay. This is the stream where I lose subscribers. I'm gonna lose members this stream. I don't think I'm ever gonna hit that 500 goal now. I'm gonna lose a match. Crush that shit, crystallize it, cut it up. You know what I mean? Anyway. Let's get into the main part of the show. Tony FM, that's the best response. Okay. LMFAO. Okay. That's the best response. Okay. Like, what do you want me to do with that information? Like, hope you're happy. Can you please just get on with the stream now? Oh my god, that's the best response. Big up Tony FM. That's the best response. Okay. Oh, big up Tony FM. Okay. Let's continue. Because I think Tony FM speaks for the majority of the people on the stream now. So let's just get on with the stream. I get the message. I get the message. I get the response. I understand. I'm making some of you uncomfortable, and you don't like this type of humor. Let's continue. Okay. Cool. Okay. So last episode of the random show. Sorry for the delay. I was talking a little bit. Look, why am I talking all zesty all of a sudden? That's weird. Anyway. Last episode of Random Show, I was talking about this shit, right? The Brendan getting ejected from his fucking kids' baseball game. Now, I was talking about it, I think I was a little bit, fucking smash dash slash from, too much gym and shit and staying up too late. So I think I was dozing in and out. So we're going to go through it again because I think I missed some pieces. So we're going to play it again and go through it, right? So bear with me, and I'm going to go through it again and react to it because I forgot what happened the first time. So this is an edit from the actual pod. Courtesy of, actually, you know what? Maybe I should just go on the fucking video itself. Where's the video? I've actually got the video here somewhere, don't I? Where's the actual video where he says it? Bear with me a second. I think I might actually have the video here somewhere. Where is it? Ooh. Inside the scoop, is that one? Yeah, there you go. So I think it's this one. So let's see what he says. Let's go back to the video, the original one, and go from there. And then I can just talk about it here. Big up the stream chat. Appreciate you. Come on, load, fucking cunt. Oh, there you go. Bear with me 1 second.
And it's getting toasty in LA. It's getting toasty in Austin. Record heat. One more person warns about the heat, I'm going to slam my dick in the door. I got it. It's hot. I know. I'll be fine. Your boy doesn't always get thrown out of Little League games, but when I do, I make it count. No, I never, I can't believe this is a thing. I don't say much as a coach. I coach the rec league, not the travel ball. That's beyond my pay grade. I coach my son's rec league team, and it's the playoffs. And I don't say much because I know I'm fucking Shrek out there, so they're very intimidated. Most of them are cool.
By the way, first mistake there, right? Can't even say the word properly. I might look very intimidating, not intimidated. So grammar all over the place. One thing that needs to be pointed out about this, right? Because I was thinking about it yesterday. One thing needs to be pointed out about this, because I feel like I'm the voice of reason when it comes to the BAPA verse, right? I don't hate the guy. I want him to see him out in the street desolate and shit, like some of the people on the homeless cat subreddit, right? Or I don't have a vendetta against him like Unique, because obviously BAPA tried to come after him and take down his channel, so I understand why he hates him. So I'm like, I used to be a fan, now I'm not so much, and I like to laugh at him, and obviously it's fun for the stream, so I'm not really that invested in the hate train. But if you're just looking at this from a fair point of view, take away BAPA and how annoying he is and how bad he comes across in this video, it's actually not a bad thing how he reacted. Because a lot of you guys in the stream chat, a lot of people I've been reading up about online, a lot of videos I've been seeing, this personality, this sports dad, this over enthusiastic, overly involved, hover, helicopter, toxic type of stuff that goes on in sports, it's common. It's across the board in all sports. It probably exists in acting as well, right? I think they're called stage mums and shit. Those things exist. So it's pretty common across the board for parents to be overly invested in their kids' sports or whatever extracurricular activity. Sometimes because they've kind of not, they've maybe failed to live up to their own expectations and trying to live their dream for their kids. Or other times it's just another way of them showing interest and over, whatever, but just going a bit overboard. So it's actually not a bad thing that he's that way, because a lot of people are that way across the, no, sorry, it's not uncommon. Maybe it's a bad thing, but it's not uncommon because there's many parents who are going overboard and being a little bit too much on the sidelines. The issue comes because of Brendan and his refusal to just shut the fuck up, or his insistence on always trying to paint himself out to be the best guy in the world, which I don't understand, because it's like, none of us, I would hope anyway, think we're perfect. None of us think we are without flaws, but none of us are trying to, I would also hope, trying to fly the, wave the flag in here that we're like, that our shit don't stink. Like, we know it does. That's why we're human. Like, our shit does stink sometimes, but we try to do the best we can in the time we have available. Papa has this way of like speaking where he's always acting, he's always saying the things out loud that he does himself in secret. So for the longest time, he was out there saying, yeah, the people that go to games, and I'm not like those parents, those dads who are like overly pushy and doing this. I'm just telling my son if he really wants to do this, it's up to him. Do you remember in the beginning? He was saying, no, it's up to him. If you decide to want to do this, I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna push you, but it's got to be you. You've got to be the one to start this. Then I can show you what. And then you find out he's exactly the kind of stereotype of a toxic sports-related parent that we all kind of know about, we've seen online. So the thing that he was rallying against, the thing that he was fucking barking against and saying again, he is exactly the same way. That's why people are clowning him for this, because on paper it's not that bad of a thing, it's not that big of a deal. Did that MMA platform go a bit overboard by posting it on their thing? Probably, but he's a prominent, you know, he's a prominent person kind of in the MMA space. It makes sense why they did that. Shits and giggles, clicks, whatever, it went viral. But does he need to comment on it? Does he need to try to excuse himself for that behavior? Because we know exactly what it was. Even without the audio, even without clear audio, we can all ascertain as to what happened in that clip and who was at fault there. Majorly, for the most part, Brendan. Especially, and the wife as well, you know, getting on board and fucking writing things on Instagram stories. That's the problem with this whole thing. It's not actually what he did, it's the fact that he kind of prefaced everything beforehand as to being this perfect representation of what a real dad would be like if his son was into sports. And I'm not going to be overbearing, I'm not going to be pushy, I'm not going to be toxic, I'm not going to be and you do exactly the same thing. You're full of shit, but you don't even know you're full of shit.
We've had this before, and he was an issue. He warned, he might have thrown out.
No, Brendan Mallory, you got that mistaken. He's pretending to be offended. He's actually loving attention. Nope, you got that gravely mistaken. Brendan hates the attention like this because he knows most people are clowning him. Because it kind of shatters his self-image. He doesn't like this attention. He wants everyone to think of him as like the perfect kind of like sports dad, the perfect dad. You know, he's got this whole brand of dad thing going on now. Before it was the comedian shit, podcasting, now it's the whole dad thing. This shatters his idea that he's this perfect beast of a dad guy. So he's not loving the attention. That's why he's on this pod. And I think if I scan across, actually, this whole section where he's addressing it, brother, this whole section, imagine, my friend, big up Brendan Mallory in the stream chat. Remember, my guy, this is an MMA show. The Schaub show, he tries to make it seem like it's a podcast. No, it's not a podcast about your life. This is mostly for MMA. This is kind of him taking below the belt and making it his own thing. This is a show that's 57 minutes long, and he wastes a quarter of it talking about a post that only certain people saw. You have to be really in the weeds to even see that post. It's not even that big of a deal on a platform that I don't even know if that many followers it got. It doesn't really matter. He spent a quarter of that show addressing a clip of him being kind of toxic, being kind of over the top at his kid's baseball game that he didn't need to address. He's doing it because he wants to rewrite the narrative. He doesn't want people to look at him as like a bad dad or something. So he cares. Like, he cares. He doesn't love the attention. This is a bad thing. That's why he's spending a quarter of his show on the MMA show talking about this shit.
The other manager on the other team in one of our earlier games on the playoffs, he's just a weird dude. And then this game had high level emotions. We start off the game with 6 runs. Some kid hit legit home run, first one ever. And so there's a lot.
I don't think so, man. I don't think he enjoyed. No, Ace of Andy, he didn't get airtime on MMA YouTube, so he knows he's happy. I don't think so, bro. You guys are mistaken. Like, I don't know if you got, like, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I feel like Brendan doesn't like being laughed at. Fundamentally, he does not like being laughed at. That's why he quit stand-up comedy. He does not like being laughed at. He does not enjoy when people mock him. And everything mostly that gets posted about him online is a mock. Everybody is mocking him. The comments are not on your face. Like, it's not. And even if, and the funny thing about this, right? Read the comments on that MMA news thing. We read it before. Read the comments. The comments are quite favorable to Brendan. Every person on there is, I don't know if they're bots or anything, but the comments are quite favorable. They're saying, yeah, you know, there's nothing bad about this. He's just a dad doing dad things. Maybe he might be toxic too, but the comments are quite favorable, and he still He dedicated 15 minutes plus of his 57-minute show to this, and the comments are on his side on that MMA post. Come on, bro. He cares. He doesn't like being laughed at.
A lot going on, but he was definitely sided with the other team. The other team was really chummy with him, like buddy. I'm like, this is weird.
Hey, is Micah Mills a Spurs fan? Micah Mills, are you a Spurs fan? Are you a Spurs fan in my chat? I don't think I've ever seen you ever on my live streams. I don't think I've ever seen you on my live streams. Are you a Spurs fan? And now you're coming to give it a big one. I've never seen you in my live streams ever before. And now you're talking. Now you're talking. I don't want to get derailed. I don't want to get derailed.
We weren't getting the same calls. Again, I don't say anything. I'm not trying to be any sort of factor in the game, or cause any issues. I'm just really there for my son and the team. That's it.
Told you. See? He knows he's causing an issue. He's saying all this stuff because he does this stuff. I don't want to be an issue. I don't want to cause any things. Well, you are causing things. That's why you're all over the fucking blogs. You are a distraction. You are causing issues. You are being overly involved. You are ultimately setting a bad example for your kid. That's why he's saying what he's saying here.
It's very rare. I get along with everybody, the other coaches. I know everybody. Everything's all good. And then my son, he slid into home, clearly safe. The thing that
again, missing the point. Nobody gives a fuck if your kid was safe or not. It's your reaction. His reaction was overboard. He could have said something on the sidelines like, come on, he was safe, screaming or whatever, and that would have been cool. Walking down the umpire like you're going to doom something. Walking down the umpire, that didn't look like that was his first time, brother. Brothers and sisters, they and dems and everything in between. That did not look like it was his first time walking down an umpire during one of his son's baseball games. No one held him back either. Notice that. So if that was his first time, people would have held him back. That wasn't his first time doing that.
This full send MMA edited, you don't see the full play, but he's...
By the way, how much does that hurt? Full send. Am I mistaken for thinking Full Send MMA is attributed or affiliated with the Full Send crew and all those guys? Lucius affiliated with Barstool Sports and all those dudes. Is that them? Happy Dad crew, all that crew. You'd think that's the fascinating thing about Brendan. You'd think Brendan would be in with that kind of crew, innit? You'd think Brendan would be down with like what's his face, Dave Portnoy and all those man them. But they don't like him. Some of you people in the string chat think Dave Portnoy is a proper wally and a weapon. Even Dave Portnoy and all them guys don't like this guy. Kind of crazy, if you think about it. He should be like their mascot. He should be part of that bro crew, right? They don't even like him. That's probably why this stings a bit more. Because it's coming from like that side. He thinks like he's out with one of them, and they're like mocking this guy.
He not only is he safe, he slides over the base, and the catcher doesn't even tag him. So it's not even a questionable call. It's clearly, yeah,
that's the one. Big up Brian Harty. Sorry, Nelk boys. Yeah, Full Send on Nelk, innit? That's all Nelk affiliate, but they're kind of like affiliated, kind of family connected loosely with Barstool. I kind of put them in the same category, right? That kind of bro content. I just would say you'd think Brendan, with how he portrays himself, which is kind of interesting. It's like even the bros, even the Chads see through him. Even the Chads who people think are brainless, even the Chads see through him. Even the Chads know he's full of shit.
Night and day. Even the other team was like, dude, that's bad. I'm like, yeah. So I go, come on, dude. You got to be fair. It's been all game. I go, that's a garbage call. He goes, what?
Big up Grown Baby Golf. I love this. Big up Grown Baby Golf. I played 4 years of college baseball. If we care about a guy, he's not going to argue alone, AZ. We're going to support him. Exactly. Everyone know, like, that was a close call. I'm not sure about you. I don't know nothing about baseball, but thinking back to the clip, that was quite a close call. but also the umpire was right on top of it. It was quite a close call though. I didn't see anybody go crazy except for Brendan. Yes, I know because of his son it makes sense, but no one else went that crazy. But even if it wasn't a close call, still, with how sports is being a team sport, you back your person. On the pitch usually, doesn't matter right or wrong, wrong or right. If you're down for a scrap with somebody in the opposing team, I'm your teammate too. We're scrapping together. Nobody jumped in with him. Nobody followed him to walk down that umpire. Why? Ask us that question.
You made it personal. You're out. I'm like, whoa. I went, are you serious? You can see me talking. I go, you serious, dude, for that?
No, we can't see you talking. We didn't see that. We can't see you talking. You can't distort reality. You can't retcon things that we see with our own eyes. The guy called it out. You didn't like the decision. You tried to walk him down. He told you, get the fuck out of here. Simple as that.
Oh, come on, dude. That's soft shit. And then that's when he freaked out. So I don't know what's going on there.
Imagine seeing that video, right, of yourself doing that to the umpire, knowing that you are a prominent figure, let's say, knowing how it makes your child and the whole team look, and the first thing you say is not an apology. That's how you know this guy's a piece of shit. Because it's his son that's involved, it's his son's teammates that are involved, it's other teachers and team, like, think of all the people that are involved that look bad because of that clip. Even if he's in the right, he should be saying, first of all, I apologize for my behavior. I apologize for that. And then, continuing there. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. Why?
Definitely affected the game. And that was a big play. Like, that was like, and it's the playoffs. It's double elimination. And I was more.
Come on, Brendan. It's the playoffs. Really? It's Little League, bro. It's Little League, brother. It's the playoffs. They're children. Everyone there's what? Under 10, 11, 12. It's the playoffs. How are you going to react if he actually does get into the minors, become an MLB player? What are you going to do then? Little League, and you're freaking out like this. Little League, and you want to walk down a fucking umpire and do what? Kick his head in. Because of a close call. It would be one thing if the umpire, I don't know, God forbid, hit Tiger. If the umpire threw a ball in an aggressive manner in the direction of that kid. If the umpire took off his helmet and threw it to him, like, okay, whatever. Something physical. Or if the umpire said something slick to your kid. Even that I wouldn't excuse. That would make some sense. But walking down an umpire for a close call, a marginal call. Come on, bruh. Come on. It's the playoffs.
Embarrassed than anything. I'm like, oh no. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing? So then I walked away, and then the parents were arguing, dude, they make mistakes. It's all good. It's rec. It's all good. I get it.
Look at him acting as if he's doing the umpire a favor. Like, I'm the forgiving one. It's actually a miracle he has friends,
Powerful bunch.
Big up on disease.
Apologize? It's the team's fault. Fuck them kids.
Exactly. It's the playoffs. It's actually my kid's fault and the other players' fault, the other children's, and the other flipping parents. It's their fault for encouraging their kids to play so well that they got into the playoffs that drive me to do that. I didn't want to do that. It's actually a miracle this guy has any friends. And I thought to myself, hold on. He actually doesn't have any friends, does he? Everyone he hangs out with, he pays. With the exception of his own family. That says everything, isn't it?
Playoffs, so there's a little more emotion. That means a little more. It's double elimination, so thank.
And some could say, even his family, they kind of only with him for the money.
God, this didn't ruin it for everybody. But so the parents are like, dude, it's safe. Like, you've been doing this all game. The vibe with the other coaches is my issue. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, are they getting bears after?
So now it's a conspiracy. Now it's a conspiracy. There was a conspiracy against his son's team. The umpire was way more pally and friendly with the other parents. of the other team, of the kid from the other team. I don't even buy this to be true. But let's imagine it is true. What's the easiest explanation for this? That the umpire is bought and sold? Or that he just gets along better with the other parents because they're not as freaky, they're not as over enthusiastic, they're not as aggressive, they're not as annoying as Brendan and his parents are, or Brendan is by himself. Maybe that could be the reason. Is it a big conspiracy to keep Tiger Schaub down, to embarrass Brendan Schaub, or could it be easily explained with the fact that maybe the umpire gets on better with the other team because they're not annoying? Or maybe he's taking one snapshot of people laughing on the sidelines with the fucking umpire as if that's evidence that they're bought and sold. Look at this guy complaining about people being bought and sold when his entire career, especially in comedy, was bought and sold. If not for Rogan, then what? You have your whole career propped up by fucking Joe Rogan, and here you are complaining about corruption, complaining about that, complaining about favoritism. Imagine Brendan complaining about favoritism.
Powerful bunch to this.
Yo, big up Young Vibes.
The umpire was a DEI hire. Dang woke culture.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Fucking jacking each other up. What's going on here? The vibe was way too friendly. The other coach came to him and was like, that was a right call, and I shook his hand. I'm like, well, in the middle of the game, like, this is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even care, bro. This should be something that I should say. This should be something you should say. As a non-professional athlete, some of you, maybe some of you are professionals, I apologize. But if you're just a regular guy, girl, whatever, this is what we should be saying. We should be this overly emotional and whatsoever. Somebody that's actually played a sport to a high level, been around it, seen other professionals make it, they should have a little bit more of a level, chill when it comes to watching their kids play. They should be able to break down things a lot more reasonably and not be so emotional and not be pointing fingers and not be working up all these conspiracies. It should just be a simple case of like, yep, that video's on. All this video should have been, yeah, that video is super embarrassing, obviously. It doesn't obviously paint the whole picture, but you know, whatever, who cares? First of all, I just want to apologize to everybody in the team. I did apologize after the game. That was really embarrassing. I was kind of embarrassed myself. Don't understand what came over me. But you know what it's like with sports. You get, you get fucking hot-headed. My kids playing. That obviously is not something that I would want to encourage my kids to do, or to, or set an example for the other kids. Blah blah blah. I should have known better, and then just move on. Because trying to overly explain this small clip of your kid playing Little League that nobody really gives a fuck about and making it out to be some big conspiracy is just asinine. It's just ridiculous. And if you don't think this motherfucker is hating this attention, you don't know what you're talking about, because this is somebody that clearly is trying to rewrite the narrative, spin it to make it look away, but instead is actually making himself look even more embarrassing. This is the most embarrassing thing he might have been doing. But it makes sense because he's created this image of himself as a perfect dad, and now suddenly there's something out there that doesn't show him as a perfect dad, and he's fucking scrambling. And it's like, brother, who told you were the perfect dad anyway? Who gives a fuck about that? Just do the best you can with your kids. No one actually fucking cares. The only person that you should worry is your kids and the people inside your own household. But this nigga again worried way more about people outside than people inside his own household.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Jordan Ray. Appreciate you, brother. Big up Jordan Ray. Thank you for becoming a member. You're an absolute G. Big up fucking Jordan Ray. He's standing with me. Jordan Ray standing. Even though this is the 4th time of day 1, Jordan Ray is standing with me. Will you stand with me? Or will you be hating?
All weird. So I'm annoyed as shit. Tiger has a bad attitude because his dad got thrown out, which drives me nuts. And then he's.
Or doesn't Tiger have a bad attitude because you have a bad attitude? Isn't that possible? Maybe your kid's copying you. That could be possible.
Starts threatening the parents. One more word, and I'm calling the game.
You see, now he's trying to paint himself as the savior. He only did what he did for the benefit of the other parents. The other parents, think of it this way. Think about this. Think about this. Brendan's trying to tell you that no other parent is overly invested, overly eager in their kid's sports life, especially in that team. He's the only parent that has those type of emotions. So he had to step up for them. They couldn't speak up for themselves, no? They couldn't bark back at the umpire themselves, no? They couldn't walk down the umpire. They needed big bad MMA guy to do it. They couldn't do it themselves. We've never seen like short, fat, you know, barely can walk parents, like people on fucking Zimmer frames screaming at fucking refs and stuff during games. We haven't seen that, have we? No? We haven't seen mums literally jumping into boxing rings, hitting fucking opponents to just knock their sons out with a fucking shoe. We've never seen that before, have we? Parents always need an MMA fighter to stand up for them at a baseball game, don't they? Yeah, they need one. They can't just do it themselves. They had to choose him. He anointed himself as, no, they didn't even choose him. He anointed himself as the leader of the group. Okay.
It's the fourth inning, but which he can't do. He's like threatening the parents. He told one parent, "I'm not starting the game till you get out here." And it's a mom. She's like, "What?"
That's what an umpire's meant to do, bro. Don't get me wrong. I'd never
powerful bunch.
It would be like if a homeless person, or a cat, or a volunteer umpire had an opinion. You do not matter. This the playoffs, Bubba.
Exactly. Perfect. Think about this. Just pick up a season. That was fucking perfect, man. I had nothing to say. Let's just play the clip. That was fucking perfect. Pick up a season. No, so that's what I was going to say. I never played baseball before, right? I've never played baseball before, but I would imagine baseball umpires, especially at little league level, whatever, are probably akin to like Sunday league level referees. They all have an outsized ego for the level at what they're at. It just is what it is. Maybe because the kids have uniforms and shit, and they feel like it's a little representation of a pro thing. I don't know, but I'd imagine umpires in baseball are probably the same level of fadiciousness, if that's a word, pickiness, analness, as like a fucking Sunday league referee. I would imagine. You just have to suck it up, brother. They are a core function. They play a core role in the running of those games. Without umpires, you don't have a game. They play a role. They're annoying, yes, but you need them. You just suck it up. You can't go around arguing and trying to beat down on and run down on every referee. And it also doesn't set a good example for the kids, especially not at that age. God damn.
So dude just on a power trip. Weird dude. All the baseball dads know.
Of course. Let's chastise the umpire. Let's use our platform. Let's use our huge platform to talk badly on an umpire. You know? He's not doxing him, don't get me wrong, right? Umpire maybe doesn't even have a social media. But let's use our platform not to hold our hands up and say we were at fault and just move on. But let's talk about this umpire as if he's just this big bad wolf who's trying to bring loads of shame on Brendan's name, who's trying to fuck up Tiger's potential, Tiger's, you know, ability, maybe pathway to the MLB. Let's do that instead.
Oh, weird dude. You know what I'm talking about. It's one of those guys on a power trip, so it's one of those weird things. So I just watched the game.
No, we don't know what you're talking about, actually. We don't know. Please tell us. Please tell us what makes this referee so bad. If he didn't do that close call or whatever, would Brendan have that much of a problem with him? Or is it because that video got out? What's the actual issue here? Is the issue the video, or is the issue the umpire's performance? And what makes Brendan the fucking arbiter of good umpires or not?
Game, we lost. We play again Wednesday. It's double elimination. It is what it is. I can't believe this is a thing. What?
Yes, you can. That's why you're answering to it. You can believe it's a thing. Because that's why you're talking about it. It's a thing because Brendan spends his time painting dads that do exactly the thing that he does as being toxic and being bad influences. The moment he does it, I can't believe this is a big deal. You make it a big deal. You're the one that's talking on and on and on about how other parents should raise their kids when they're into sports. And then you go and do the exact same things you say you don't do.
Whatever parent from whether it's the other team or our team or whoever cousin sent this to these outlets.
So allegedly, that's not even the facts. There is some cloud, there is some service that you can basically log into, and you can watch all these things. I don't know what is specifically the reason why that this exists. I'm sure maybe it's just like an archiving thing. In the UK, we're a bit strict with that sort of stuff, if I'm not mistaken. I think in the UK, most like kid stuff you can't really film, if I'm not mistaken. I think so anyway. 'Cause I remember I knew somebody that had a daughter that was into like jujitsu and shit, and I'm pretty sure they didn't know how to film. So I'm not sure if it's different in the US, but regardless, there is some sort of system in place, CCTV, whatever it is, where they monitor and record games at Little League level. So anyone could log into it. Nobody went out of their way to send it to anybody to bring him down, big conspiracy, like he's feeling like a big famous badass. Somebody on the homeless cat subreddit, someone on the Tfatk subreddit, got that footage and put it on the Reddit. Now, think about this. It wouldn't be an issue if Brendan wasn't a cock. If Brendan wasn't the guy that he describes and admonishes himself, it wouldn't have been an issue anyway. Because somebody would have seen those clips and not seen Brendan at all. And just seen some fucking big doofus looking dude in the corner standing there looking all surly as he watches his kid. If he actually did what he's... Remember back in the day, remember when Brendan used to talk about baseball, he used to say, oh, I don't even hang out with the parents. Remember that whole era? Like he was acting like the parents were beneath him. This is before, I think this is when he was still doing comedy. He didn't regard these parents as like worthy of his time because he's a comedian and they're just civilians, right? You know how comedians are. They look down on regular people like you and I. So he didn't even give them the respect of acting like they were on the same level like their parents. No, he was always talking about, oh, I go in the corner. I don't even stand on the side. I'm in the corner just watching my kid. Well, if you actually did that, this clip that went viral wouldn't exist because all people would see is you in the corner doing a thing. But instead, when the person watched the clips, look what they found. They found Brendan walking down a fucking umpire like he was gonna fucking ground and pound him.
You're a piece of shit, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? This isn't a thing. Any dad, talk to any dad whose kids played rec or travel ball, got through baseball, they manage or they coach a team. This happens all the time, man.
We know, but you made it seem like you don't do it. You see what he's doing now? We know it happens all the time. You don't have to tell us. We know it happens all the time. You're the one that tried to tell us, the audience and the fans, whatever, the viewers, that you weren't that guy. You were above that. You would never do that. Guys who do that are like bottom feeders, like, you know, whatever. But then here's a clip of you doing the exact same thing. Even worse. Some dads just shout fucking expletives at the fucking ref, at the umpire from the sidelines. Then after the game, they shake their hand. Say, sorry about that. I was just getting a bit too hot-headed because of my kid. You actually went and walked one down from a close call. Come on, bro. It wasn't like he, like, I'd kind of understand if Brendan walked down the umpire because he ejected his kid for something that he didn't do. Like one of those kind of, you know, sports injustice, whatever. He called it out. You thought it was in. You thought it was safe. And then you walked him down. Come on, man.
This shouldn't be news. This isn't anything. And if your dad managed your team and did get thrown out, he don't give a fuck about you or the game.
Oh, now if you don't walk down on your if you don't walk down during your kid's baseball game on the umpire, you're not a beast of a dad. You get that? You get that, dads out there? Brendan's saying if you don't blow a gasket, if you're not trying to fight the umpire, you just don't care enough. You're not one of the 250 beasts of a dads out there. Oh, this guy is such a fucking cunt, innit? He is such a cunt. It's moments like this, right, where I start to understand why some people in the Find the Kids subreddit do want to see him completely desolate, shaking his tin can on the street somewhere begging for money. Those guys, some of those guys on there really hate him, right? I'm just in it for the shits and giggles. But when you see stuff, when you hear him speaking like this, you know why. You get it. Like, fundamentally, this guy is just broken, isn't it? Like, it's just, there's no saving this person. Like, when your brain thinks like this, you're the one in the wrong, and now you're trying to spin it as if, like, if guys don't do that, then they're the ones who are bad dads. Hold on, aren't you just taking part in your kids' lives now? This guy was non-present in his children's life for the first 5 or 6 years or something when he was doing stand-up, and that was the main thing. We went to an SNL. Suddenly he quit stand-up because he can't cut it or because he can't sell tickets, and all of a sudden he's lecturing people on how to raise their kids. This guy.
And it wasn't like I was in the rump's face arguing. No. I realize I'm bigger than 90% of the people out there.
I'm just too big and strong. What can I do? It's the team's fault. It's my genetic. It's my mum and dad's fault actually for making me this way. My dad shouldn't have bust my mum. My dad should have pulled out. I wouldn't be here. Yo, this guy's brain. Oh my God.
I already know these people are gonna be on their heels. I'm the last person.
He walks around. This guy walks around thinking people are scared of him like prime John Jones or something. He walks around and thinks like people are scared to approach him like he's like prime Mike Tyson or something. Or like he's actually Aaron Hernandez, you know? Bruh, nobody knows who you are. It's not that deep. It really isn't. It really isn't that deep. And I love how he acts like there's no other like big dads. He's the only one. As if the size is like, what? What does that even mean? Like, what are you talking about? The umpire still gave you the fucking outs, you know? So clearly your size doesn't matter, right? The umpire gave it the whole theatrical fucking out to really rub it into him because he didn't give a fuck about your size. So all this fucking size shit, he still said your kid wasn't safe. He wasn't intimidated. He didn't give a fuck. He said out. He ejected you as well. Come on, man, get out of here.
To get in his face, and he's a smaller dude, you know, and out of shape. I realize I'm built like fucking Shaq next to this guy. So I already know he's on his heels.
Okay, let's take him at his word. Let's take him on face value. Let's give him benefit of doubt in this instance. Let's say the guy is on his heels. Shouldn't you just apologize for walking him down then? Shouldn't you apologize for your reaction? Let's say the guy is on his heels because he sees big bad Brendan Schaub. I don't know what his fucking fight record is. 16-5, Brendan Schaub, right? Let's imagine that he is scared. Do you have a gun, Brendan Schaub, right? Let's imagine he's scared, right? Shouldn't you apologize for being the trained quote unquote killer that you are, for trying to walk down a guy just doing his job? He might have got it wrong, cool, but who cares? It's just it's little league. Shouldn't you apologize just because you intimidated him with your size and knowing what you can do with your body that you know that he can't in terms of self-defense? Shouldn't you apologize for that? Still no. Just explaining why he's not in the wrong. Explaining why the other guy is in the wrong and not him.
And when I come walking up, he's like, Jesus Christ. I already know that. So I'm like, whoa.
Did he say Jesus Christ? Or did he turn his back to you when you were walking?
I don't yell. I'm like, come on, dude. You know, I'm trying to be cool, but it is what it is.
You can't be cool and walk somebody down. It doesn't work that way. There is no cool walking somebody down. Look at what fucking Jorge Masvidal did to my guy Leon Edwards when he walked him down. Walking down somebody is that's a form of aggression. There is no calm walking down. You don't walk somebody down to say nice things to them or to reason with them. You walk down on them because you want to set pace. You want to let them know I'm ready to go. You just got to give me a sign. That's what you're doing it for. It would have been hilarious if the umpire just swung a left hand and caught Brenda on his chin. And imagine, he just, you know, one of those like hit and hope, you just swing it, like just, you're out of fear, just like you panic, you just swing it. And he clipped Brenda, he just like wobbled. He did a little chicken dance. Not even drop, he did little chicken legs, stanky leg. Could you imagine how the Reddit would blow up if the umpire just swung an arm out and Brenda went wobbly? That would have been amazing.
The biggest thing is, you know, them reporting this, like, what the fuck you doing? It's a rec league, man.
So that video
Okay, it's a rec league. What are you doing that at a rec league, please? That's the question. Let's take him at his word again. It's a rec league. It's little league. It doesn't really matter. What are you doing walking down an umpire for a close call? Is it really that deep?
feed, not like you have to be
That's a
part of
closed
it.
feed.
Yeah, that's strange.
Oh, now I see the insinuation. I see the insinuation. We're bored. We're obsessed. He's trying to link the whole Unique thing, innit? Remember when Unique was coming after him, or when Unique was clipping him and pointing out all the dumb things he says, and Brennan was going after Unique, he tried to paint Unique as like this, like deranged dad who was like beating his kids. I think at that time maybe there was a clip that didn't look too great in terms of the abuse thing, you know, my guy Unique, but you know, that video was a bit mad. But he tried to like link it to like, you know, coming after my family. Remember, he was like, he tried to make it seem like the Reddit was like coming after his family or something. Just to make this some big thing where like people were trying to like, what? People are pointing out that you're a bit of a douchebag and you lie a lot. Why? Like, why is that some like, it's like a nefarious thing they're trying? It's like, not really. It could all go away tomorrow if you just were a decent person, but you're not. And you refuse to learn from your fucking mistakes. So people, as like great locals do, you just keep fucking going. And here we are. But I love the insinuation. Oh, they hacked into something crazy. It's like, did they really hack into it? Or is it just like a website you can go on and view everything if you want to? Probably Little League games around the world. You can probably see some kid in Korea doing some shit now if you wanted to. So first of all, I'm not a big enough deal to recover this. Secondly, he's kind of like reveling in this. Like, it's like, what do you want? Are you happy that they're doing it because it means that you're a big deal? Or are you concerned because it means that people are possessive or obsessive? Or as fucking academics like to say, to avoid accountability, parasocial. Okay, cool. Parasocial it is then, I guess. No accountability. No, you know. No need to ask for forgiveness or anything, yeah? No need to apologize. No, it's okay. It's everybody else's fault, not mine.
That's what bums me out. That's what bums me out. Tigers.
Oh, so now I'm concerned for my kid. Oh my god, this guy is brilliant, man. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. Now he's concerned for his safety of his kids because of a video that highlighted that he is exactly the person that he says he isn't, or that he admonishes in his own pod. Now he's saying that he's insinuating essentially that he's scared for his kids. What will the Redditors do? What line will they not cross? What? It's a feed that everybody has access to, from what I'm led to understand. Anybody could have access to this feed. And again, this isn't an issue if you don't walk down umpires. Simple as that. Nobody's saying you can't raise your hands up in disgust or roll your eyes back or shout something, but you went a step further and walked that guy down. That's why people are fucking saying what they're saying. It was over the top. It was unnecessary. It made you look like a fucking idiot. Just apologize and move on. But nah, let's not do that. Or not even apologize because it's your kid. Don't do any of that sort of shit. Just ignore it. Ignore it. But here we are.
He's not aware of any of this, you know. Nothing.
Is he gonna cry? Is he gonna cry? Is he gonna cry? Is this motherfucker who did something wrong, right? gonna gaslight to the point where he's gonna convince himself to cry.
Powerful bunch.
Oh, this guy is too much.
Funny how literally everyone else, including way more famous Rogan, protects their kids by, you know, not talking about them, not disclosing what they do, where they go to school, you know.
It's just, it's actually impressive that do they have a social media yet? Or like a big presence on there? Because that's actually a good point. Like the way he talks about his kids in public, you'd think they'd be like all over social. They're not even like I don't even think, maybe because I don't even think Kim Kardashian talks about her kids or Northwest to be specific. Let's say North. I don't even think Kim Kardashian talks about Northwest as much as Brendan talks about his kids on his pod. I don't even think Rihanna or ASAP Rocky talks about their kids as much as Brendan talks about his kids in public. And it's always fascinating me, that part of it, because again, it goes back to the Rogan thing. Rogan example I say is because they like to pick and choose what they want to copy from Rogan. So Rogan's like, you know, aggressively private when it comes to his personal life. Whenever someone tries to ask him a question about his kids, he gives the least amount of information, and if it gets a little bit too deep, he immediately kind of flips it to the back onto the person who doesn't want to talk about it. He kind of avoids it at all cost. And it's kind of, I think it's kind of helped him. Same with his wife. But then Tim, you know, his wife is all over the social media, his kids all over the social media, barefaced, no covering, no nothing. So they pick and choose. Generally, I think Rogan has kind of handled his fame well in terms of like not being as much of an, like, for instance, like Rogan is, you know, 1,000,000 times more famous and well known than Brendan, but Brendan somehow is still a bigger dickhead than Rogan. How is that possible? And then you think to yourself, hold on, if Brendan had Rogan's fame and money, how unbearable would he be? This small little Z-list level of celebrity and fame he has, that's largely built off the back of Rogan and Brian Callen. Look how unbearable he is now. Imagine how unbearable he'd be with Rogan's money. So it's interesting to me the things that they pick and choose. Some, Brendan being a good example of what they choose to kind of copy from Rogan. You know, they pick and choose what? Some things not something they do. But the kids things is wild. It's like, why are your kids even that much of a topic of your conversation or your subject matter in pod? We know what the reason is, by the way. I was kind of thought about my head because there's nothing to talk about. That might be the reason, you know. It's not even the fact that he's actually proud of his kids and he wants to kind of show off about his kids, and because, you know, some parents do that, or people in general be like, oh, I'm never going to be the guy that's going to be like talking about my kids all the time. But then you have the kid, you love the kid, you're proud of the kid, you can't help but speak about them. You know, it is what it is. You love the kid. But I don't even think Brendan says it because he's like proud of his kids. Maybe it's just he generally has nothing else to talk about. Well, that's why maybe Tfatk is dying a slow death. Like, think about it. Remove Brendan talking about Tiger Schaub and his little league potentially trying to push him to the MLB career thing. That's a big part of the show, you know. Think about it. Remove that and remove maybe dick jokes, and they might have a 30-minute show, maybe less. Tell them they can't talk about dicks, and tell them they can't talk about dicks anymore, and they're not allowed to mention their kids, and they might not have a show. That's probably why he talks about it so much, because there's nothing else to talk about.
And I don't like it, and I've said this, you know, since T started playing baseball. I don't look at me next to those two guys. I look like fucking Ronnie Coleman. Jesus Christ. So I don't. I'm jacked right now, dude.
Let's brag about it, by the way. Let's brag. That's the only thing he saw. He looked at that clip and he saw, oh, I like the look of myself walking, actually. I like what I look like, side profile. That's the only thing he noticed. You see how selfish this guy is? Even in a clip that makes him look bad, that probably embarrasses his own kid, you know, that he probably owes the umpire an apology for. Because that's the thing, Brendan doesn't have fans anymore, right? If Brendan had actual fans, they would have probably doxed that umpire and probably sent death threats to him and shit, or just made his life a living hell for the last week or so, and he'd be laughing about it. But no one really cares that much, so you got people like me talking about it. But if he actually had friends, if he actually had fans, that umpire's life could be hell right now. Doesn't care. Not worried about the umpire, not worried about his team, not worried about his kid's team, not worried about his kid, not worried about the teammates, the other parents, how they look. Oh, let's just talk about how let's just talk about how great I look walking in that video.
Dude, I don't care if T strikes out, if he walks kids, hits kids, effort, as long as effort's there, we're good. I don't need him being fucking Ohtani at 9. This is a long journey.
If you don't need him to be Ohtani at 9, why are you walking down umpires at 9 during Little League?
Powerful bunch. Huh?
the #1 Little League podcast in North America.
He probably should do that, actually. He probably should do that, given how much he talks about it. Maybe we'll get that soon. Maybe that's what they're going to do in Texas. Maybe it's going to be like a baseball segment of the show. Or he's going to have an offshoot, Thick Boy Baseball. Maybe that's actually a thing coming up, and he's going to get his kid to model it. You ain't seen. If you think this MMA show is brutal, imagine baseball talk with Brendan.
It's all good as long as effort and his attitude is good. And I tell him,
honestly, I think that Otani contract. That's a Japanese guy, right? That guy, he still speak no English. That's fascinating to me, by the way. He speaks still no English, right? But that Otani contract that he got might be as destructive as that Rogan contract with Spotify, the first one. I think that Rogan contract that he got, the first one with Spotify, is the reason why we got these people. I saw some clips the other day of people the people that do those fake ads. No, sorry, the people that do those fake pods. We've seen those before, right? On TikTok mostly, on IG Reels, where it looks like they're on a podcast and they're making some profound point, but it's not actually a podcast. It's just them recording a video of themselves talking like they're on a podcast that they didn't put out, hopefully to go viral. I think that Rogan deal with Spotify caused that. It's a very weird conspiracy theory, but I think everybody's seeing just how much money actual podcasters make when that Rogan deal happened, kind of got people all fucking dizzy, thinking they could also get Rogan money, when not really realizing that Rogan's been in this for fucking 20 plus years and shit. Literally was one of the first people to make a podcast, a popular one. So that's really the main reason why he's got it, because he's kept consistent over the years and shit. As opposed to everyone could do it. Not everyone could do that. Same with the Otani thing. Everybody saw that kid get that contract and thought, yeah, everybody's making it. So no. Some people make great money, I'm sure. But for some reason, that Otani kid's contract has turned Brendan into this person now. Kind of wild, isn't it? Kind of fucking wild. I wonder how many times that Otani guy's name is mentioned in the Schaub household.
the difference between the people that go on to play in high school and are outliers in college and the lucky ones that get to the pros through a lot of work, it's athletic ability he has. Check. We got that. He was born with that. You didn't earn that. You were born with that. Check.
Hold on. Is he dissing his kid? Is he dissing his kid? Is he diminishing, playing down what his kid has done to play the way he has to get the level he's on at the moment? Is that a sneak diss to your own child? You're that desperate to make yourself look good, you're willing to throw your kid under the bus. This guy, bro.
Check. You're going to be an outlier athletically and size-wise. You did nothing to earn that. The difference is between...
If he talks like this to us, if he talks like this in front of a camera, in front of a microphone, can you imagine the kind of things he says to Tiger in the car when they're alone after they lost the game? God bless that kid, man. God bless that child. Can you imagine the looks, the things he says, the little subtle microaggressions he must give to fucking Tiger if this is the way he talks about his son or about baseball in general, kid sports like this? Damn.
Between the ears, the best guys I know are so mentally strong here, especially in baseball.
He's definitely told his kid this, by the way. This is a dad rant. This is a toxic dad rant. You could definitely see him doing this whole focus thing, closing his eyes while he's talking to his kid through the rearview mirror. You're not sitting in the front today. You know that he does that. I bet he's one of those type of dads too. You're not sitting in the front. Sit in the back. Yeah? Sit in the back, you lost. And he's talking to me about this through the rearview mirror. Not putting the radio on. No radio. No iPod. No iPad. Fucking hell.
Between the ears, the best baseball players are the smartest guys on the field. They're the ones that can control their emotions. They make mistakes. They live to fight another day. They forget about it and move on. That's my sole factor of why I'm around.
Hold on. Wasn't Brendan known as a person that couldn't go over his mistakes? Didn't he do that show with Eric Griffin once where he was like, and Eric Griffin, big up Eric Griffin, right? Because, you know, I think he's a bit of a wally, but Eric Griffin might have got some of the best content we've seen at Brendan when Eric Griffin was doing that show with Brendan. That flashback thing. It's like a fight flashback thing show he was doing. It's short-lived, where he'd go over his fights and like look back at them, obviously, and see what he did right or wrong. I don't know what the reason was behind it, but he did one with Eric Griffin. And I remember Eric Griffin saying something like, oh, when you lost, did you ever like do this or do that? Like look over your tape to kind of get better at certain things. And he said with his bold face, like, no, I never look at tape. Like he's so thin-skinned, so fragile, he couldn't even look over tape. He couldn't analyze his fights. He couldn't watch them again. He relied on his team. Even when he won, he relied on his team to give him a game plan that he went and did, obviously, or whatever, but he would never look at stuff himself. It's like, huh? Now, I don't know if he's lying or not, but just imagine someone like him telling you to move on and get on with when he can't even look at a fight and address that to kind of learn what he should do next, or to swallow, you know, however hard that is to look at yourself when you get knocked out. It must be super difficult. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but someone that couldn't do that, chastising his son for not letting go of a loss, or for not moving on, or for being surly and grumpy about it the whole day is funny as fuck.
Around Tiger, and it's my job as a dad. That's all I care about. So when his mental game is in the dumps and he has an attitude, then I get upset.
Aptitude. He has an aptitude for being down the dumps, or you mean attitude? Aptitude. So he's trying to act like being upset about, so he's trying to make it seem like being upset about your kid's mental health is way more commendable than being upset about your kid's performance in the sport itself. Not the mental side of things, the actual practicing, the actual doing of the sport. That's toxic. But if you're concerned about your kid's mental health, then you're not toxic. Right.
Now Papa Bear comes out. Now we have an issue. It's strikes and home runs and fucking stealing. But I don't give a fuck, dude. This is about the journey. I don't care about any of that.
How are you saying that when you walk down an umpire? Someone make sense of that. How could you say you don't care and do your fucking, you know, little Heil Hitler wave when you walk down an umpire, bro? How does that make any sense? You obviously do care. This is equivalent to like, I don't read comments, but then addressing comments on the pod for like half an hour, you know?
When he starts pouting or he gets an attitude, dude, or he, you know, he's arguing with the umps, not that he argues, but he'll be like, that's a strike. I'm like, buddy, it doesn't matter.
Wasn't he bragging? Wasn't he kind of bragging a little bit and kind of weirdly happy and proud that his kid was grumpy when they lost? Don't you guys remember that recently? Where he's kind of insinuated that he's kind of happy that he's a problem. He holds on to things, man. He doesn't let things go. He's always like, weren't you just recently saying that was a good thing? Insinuating it was a good thing. Now all of a sudden you're saying it's a bad thing.
But he's 9, dude. He's not gonna be fucking Kobe Bryant mama mentality at 9, you know? So you gotta give him a break. But yeah, that
again, mentioning all of the top 1% or whatever, the 0.0% of their sport is funny because Brendan was never that guy himself. So you'd think he'd have a little bit more of a discernment to not maybe throw those kind of names out there when it comes to his kid, Otani, LeBron, this. But then you think to yourself, no, that makes sense with Brendan. Because he's the same guy, whenever he was getting hate during the peak of his comedy career, he'd be like, oh yeah, Drake and LeBron James get hate too. Be like, huh? What? And he would say, like, oh, like even they get hate and they're perfect. Look at them. Hold on, so you're just trying to like make sense of like some of the valid criticism and constructive criticism or whatever insults that you get thrown out your way because of the things that you say and do as okay, and just a sign that people are jealous or hating you because some people troll and say mean things about LeBron James and Drake. So he's always done this kind of weird comparison thing. Like, now you're talking about like Kobe and your son. What? Okay.
That's when I'm like, ooh, dude. But yeah, if your dad's a little league coach and you get thrown out, he didn't give a fuck about you.
Again, funny, isn't it? So victim, and now here all of a sudden you're the bully. This is what you should have led with, by the way. Because this is how he really feels. Just lead with this in the beginning. Forget all that fluff and all that trying to explain it and sound reasonable. Just leave this in the beginning. I've seen all the things people are saying online. I saw the post. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. You know, I will raise my kid where I want to raise my kid. I will do what I want to do. I'll do what I think see best. So I'll do what I see is fit in terms of helping my kid to become a professional baseball player. If you don't like it, suck my dick. You know, you should just said that. Just lead him to suck my dick. All this fluff, all this trying to pretend like he's a good guy, reasonable. Just say suck my dick. That's what you really wanted to say.
It is what it is, you know. And it's, you know, it. One of the umps always tells me, "Dude, you're my favorite because you never say anything." I'm like,
of course. We've got the classic. He was a fan. We've got the classic. He was a fan. Remember back in the day when he was doing comedy. Every time he went somewhere, some fan bumped into him, some person, some big whatever. They're always fans. Always fans. He's getting recognized everywhere. And now he's saying all the umpires, the umpire association, the umpire syndicate, the umpire group, the umpire collective, right? The consortium of umpires, they all love him. Every single one. Oh yeah, they come over to him. That's what umpires do, by the way, right? They pick out a parent who's not talking too much and say, yeah, you're a real good person. The same umpires that are intimidated by Brendan, by the way, right? Yeah. The same umpires that are intimidated by his size and his stature and his strength, right? 300,000 bench presses. They're the same ones who are congratulating him for not shouting. Okay.
Get wrecked. It's all good. You guys are trying your best. Barely get paid. I'm a volunteer coach. You know,
flexing on them. Imagine flexing on volunteer fucking umpires. Barely get paid. Fat. Don't have a nice car. Don't have a hot wife. Like, this guy is so toxic. He's such a piece of shit. But that's the thing that's fascinating about Brendan. He's such a piece of shit, but he generally doesn't think he is. Like, he wants you to think he's a good guy. And it's like, what's the point though? Especially with Brendan, you've got this far. You've achieved quite a lot, despite being very mediocre, you know, right? In every field, in everything he's done. Very, very mediocre at best. Maybe the best thing he probably does is podcasting, maybe. But mediocre across the board. He's gotten quite a lot out of life. You think someone like him would be like grateful, like, what? I pulled it off, mate, like. Because he knows he's not his dad, right? He knows he's not his dad. His dad allegedly made some software that made him millions and shit. He knows he pales in comparison to his dad, who also served in the fucking army, right? He fucking served his country and he set up this company that's probably funding Brendan's life to this day. So he knows he's not a shadow of his dad. He's achieved quite a lot given his limited athletic abilities and shit and compromised brain and shit. You think something like that would be a little bit more like, oh, chuffed, you know? Look what I've done. Instead, he thinks even more highly of himself. Because of what he achieved. It's like, it's given this weird sense of self, like it's given it this weird unearned ego, you know? It's like, huh? You think you're super smart and amazing because you have a podcast? Oh, okay.
You know, I get it. You're trying your best. But the playoffs and all game, dude, fucking the boys over. Like, buddy, we've won 7 in a row. Come on now. Come on, bud. So hopefully the kids rally and play good on Wednesday. Yeah, and I think Tiger's attitude, so maybe my emotion's a little high, you know, so that's on me. I take count.
Again, that's not a right thing to do. If your kid does have a stinky attitude and holds on to things, you shouldn't be them reacting the way you should be in the opposite because you want to show him a good example. You want to set a good example with your kids. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, my kids got so like, so you take your frustrations of what your kid's doing onto the field to then what? Show other kids that what, like, huh? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Accountability with that, you know, but I never, you know, I didn't degrade the guy or anything like that. Saying him a play's garbage, not personal, dude. Jesus Christ.
Walking somebody down is kind of personal. Walking somebody down is the antithesis of personal. Yo, big up. Actually, comments in the chat. Wagwan. What's that, Cody Rodriguez? We're saying yes. We just appreciate that. Not to weigh ourselves with silly comparison. Just acknowledge the garbage for garbage and react. It's like, I think I just expect too much. I expect too much. Just you just gotta let Redux be Redux in it.
But yeah, he had the power in that game. You know, just part of the game. Part of the game.
Shall we watch?
Nah, you don't need to.
All right, up to you.
People can see it.
Oh, you see that? You see that, by the way? Doesn't want to watch it, does he? Because he knows it doesn't look good. It's one thing to say what you want to say about it, to retcon it, to pigmatize about it, right? To speak about it in his Chaubinese, but he doesn't want to play it back. I wonder why he doesn't want to play it back on camera. Why do you want to play it back while you're speaking, bruh? Why don't you want to play it back? Because it looks bad. That's it. It just looks bad. It doesn't look crazy. You shouldn't go to prison for it. Nobody's gonna fucking, you know, whatever. It's not that deep. But it definitely doesn't look the way that he tried to paint it out to be. You know? He did he even apologize for what he did in general. Just in the terms of just being a, you know, and also not just being a sore loser too. Just apologize for, just to set a good example for your kids. It's a tight match. Maybe it got a little bit, you know, tempers got flared, things got said. But after the game, you shake hands. This is after the game. This is his after the game. This is after the game shake. We didn't see what happened after the game. By the way. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? BAPA didn't go up to the umpire and apologize in person. I'll shake his hand. How much do you want to bet BAPA made Tiger go straight away? Tiger, come here. Tiger, get in the car. Jump in the Hummer. How much do you want to bet Brendan did that? Exactly.
It's on my Instagram. Only reason I post is take the power away. I would never post any of this. The only reason I do it is once it makes news and it starts getting out there and trending shit, then I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna let you run with the story. Here's what's going.
No. You should have let people run with the story because there's no explaining this. There's no way you can watch that and it makes him look good. The walking, all it is a walking down bit. If he just would have said something and said his little cuss or whatever, or got his little, you know, got his frustration out there, it's fine. Walking down the umpire was correct because he came into camera. That's what made it look worse. If you just saw him in the corner of the screen flailing his arms in the air like he's fucking what's his face, Yuri, no problem. But you walk down the umpire, bro. That's excessive. Especially given that it was a close call anyway. It wasn't even like you did it off the back of the guy being aggressive to your kid or whatever. It's just like a close call. Nobody else was that annoyed by it apart from you. Yes, I get it because it's your kid, but Jesus Christ, bro. Little League. It's Little League.
Going on. This ump threw out 3 other managers before this. This is his 3rd game he's umping. He threw out 3 others. Those that aren't involved with sports, that's unheard of. Clearly,
those that aren't involved in sports, you get that, ladies and gentlemen. You're reacting the way you're reacting because you're not involved in sports. You don't get it. Common decency and manners doesn't exist in sports. Sportsmanship isn't a thing. That's not a thing. The term sportsmanship doesn't exist. There's no such thing if you're involved in sports. This is normal. We should be encouraging this type of behavior. We shouldn't be setting a good example for the kids. Fuck them kids. Michael Jordan, fuck them kids.
the guy has an issue. Clearly, it's a him problem, not me. I'll take accountability.
It's a him problem, not me. Oh, this guy is brilliantly displaying all of his worst attributes in the worst way possible. God, he's the gift that keeps on giving it. Just when you thought BAPA verse was boring, maybe that's why I've been missing some streams here and there, because it's just there's nothing really to eke out of this. Like even the other day, I noticed actually. Big up my guy Podcast Cringe, love him to bits. But I saw Podcast Cringe has a new channel, this Podcast Bites thing, right? I'm like, are you double dipping on the fucking AdSense? Is it a cheeky double dip? Because what is there really to talk about? It's all kind of boring. It's all kind of samey, you know? There's nothing really going on. Like all these guys are kind of tired. They kind of, you know, and they still, you know, but then you realize stuff like this happens and then you get more material, you know? Just when you think there's nothing to talk about, this guy does and says something stupid and then tries to gaslight you into believing that you're the one that's stupid. You're the one that's going over the top. But clearly there's a need for those other channels. Clearly there's a need for these new channels popping up because these motherfuckers don't learn from their mistakes. True locals.
I said the call was garbage and I'm enormous. So he's like, Jesus Christ, you're out of here. I'm like, all right, dude. Now, did I want to pull a Happy Gilmore? I'm like, and I'll see you in the parking lot. Of course I did, dude. But no one gets anywhere with that.
Let's laugh and joke about what I did that was wrong, but then let's admonish the umpire. He's in the wrong, but I'm going to laugh and joke. I'm going to make light of what I did, but he's in the wrong. Cool.
You know, I would never. That's what they expect I'm going to do. I just go, okay. I went up and set up in the boxes and watched the game. Okay. All right, dude. That's what you want to do. Come on, boys. You know, within
Hold on. Why is he trying to act like he should be given a pat on the back for not knocking the guy out? Huh? Why is he trying to act like he deserves credit for not beating up the umpire? What? They expect me to double leg him. They expect me to fucking get him in a Kimura. Right? Like what? They expect me to get him in the guillotine like Chin and fucking permanently damage his neck. Huh? I didn't do it. You should be happy. Okay.
He doesn't have his dad, and you know he thinks it's his fault, and so his attitude, you know, so it's not good.
What? Hold on. What about you? What? What you say there?
All right, dude. That's what you want to do. Come on, boys. You know, but then T doesn't have his dad, and you know he thinks. Okay. Did he just speak about mental health, mental thing being the most important? Now all of a sudden, T game falls apart, crumbles the moment his dad gets sent to the bleachers or to the stands. Huh? Mental health is important. So you've not taught your kid to play. He can only play well when you're on the sidelines berating the umpire. Huh? Thinks it's his fault, and so his attitude, you know, so it's not good.
So the umpire took you away from your child. That's why child didn't do well. Okay.
It's not good. You know, yeah, I'm probably high strung right now, dealing with the move and Cal not showing up this week, you know.
Of course. We joked about this. People in the stream chat joked about this. But he's actually blaming the team. He's actually blaming the team. We joked about this, but he's actually blaming the team.
Powerful bunch.
I need a Rogan breakdown of this. What the ump doesn't understand is that he's on the field with a lion. Schaub is a superior athlete. He'll do whatever he wants out there. There's a pecking order in nature.
This big up Assad. This is equivalent to like Jordan Peterson talking about groypers as if they're like a terrorist group or something. You know? This is equivalent to fucking Jordan Peterson thinking, you know, Gecko, whatever, you know, that Pepe the Frog is Hezbollah. This is the fucking equivalent of this. This is fucking crazy. This guy is nuts.
I'm a kid, you know, and building the studio and shipping 1 million fucking cars out to Texas, and
too rich, too successful, running everything. The leader needed integral part of having everything moved. Integral part of. By the way. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet this motherfucker hasn't lifted a single box? Hasn't packed a single thing and moved to the next studio? How much do you want to bet? He has not lifted a single finger, and here he is talking about the move being so stressful.
Living at Airbnb, you know, and I got the Airbnb because we're supposed to leave, but Tigers team's in the playoffs, so if they go to the championship, I gotta stay longer. You know, I'm living out a fucking Airbnb.
So Tigers team being good is the reason why he's where he's at. They're just too good. If they weren't as good, he would need to be living out of a suitcase.
You know, you think that's cool, man? And then this thumb's like, yeah, fuck it, you're out of here. Okay, dude. I'm the heart of the team. Ugh.
And I'll see you.
I'm the heart of the team. I'm the heart of the team, he says. With a straight face too, but he's not joking. Yeah, I know he laughed after this, but he's not joking. He actually does think he's the heart of the team. I'm the heart of the team. Okay. By the way, even if you are the heart of the team, you don't say this. Even if you know you're the most popular dad on the team, you don't say this. Even if you know your kid is the best player on the team, you don't say, especially not this on your platform like this. You don't say that. You don't say that, bro. You have some humility. You're a bit, you know, you defer to others. You go out of your way to big up other players. When people are talking about your son, you talk well about the other teammates who are contributing to your son playing well. You don't just stand there and like lap up all the praise. And actually reinforce it, emphasize it, even repeat it on your platform. Imagine getting some sort of satisfaction and bragging about being the leader of like what, a little league team. Okay, I would hope you are, bro. Being the former athlete, I'd hope you are the main person there. I'd hope you are maybe the most important, the heart of the team. I'd hope you are. It'd be pretty embarrassing if like some guy who works in IT is maybe seen as more of the heart of the team than you. When you have your sports background, you should be. Maybe not, but you should be. And he is bragging about it.
And I'll see you in the parking lot.
Powerful bunch.
Beg to differ.
When Adam Sandler saw BAPA, he said, "You're that baseball dad, that's the heart of the team, right?"
Exactly. The baseball heart of the team is fucking hilarious.
Happy hit that. Not what.
No more than 2 hours.
No more than 2 hours ago. Oh my God. So, yeah.
How old was the aunt, by the way? Do you know, like roughly?
30s.
Does that matter really, Chin? Honestly, is Chin not the most redacted person in the fucking place ever? Now we've done more vlogs. Is Chin not the most redacted person that we've ever seen? With the exception of Brendan. I think he's even more redacted than Brendan. I'm going to give Brendan the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give him some grace. I think Chin is more redacted than Brendan. Why would his age be of any concern? Like what? How old is he? What color was his hair? You know what shoe size he was? Did he look athletic? Like what? How old he was? Huh? That's what you got out of this story. That's what you got out of this fucking story. That was your conclusion, huh? That was your conclusion. How old is he?
Oh, 30s?
Oh yeah, not a kid. 30s. Dungeons and Dragons vibe in the basement.
There we go. That's what you need to say, right? Reddit. Look. He's looking at us, bro. He's looking straight at us. He's looking straight at us. Dungeons and Dragons. He's looking straight at us. He's a troll. The umpire was a man. He wanted to say so, but he doesn't want to give them another like. He doesn't want to give them fucking attention. But he wants to. He says so badly that it's the Redditors' fault, and it's the Tfatk case subreddit. It's the homeless cats. It's the trolls. There's homeless person, right? These trolls, these commentators. Look, he's looking right at us. You can't really tell because he's a bit cross-eyed, but he's looking right at us. Dungeons and Dragons. Honestly, he has such a 90s era high school movies view of life, innit? Like, he sees life as like the dorks v the jocks, innit? Like, he's definitely in that kind of mind, innit? Dorks v the jocks, He was the cool kid in school with the varsity jacket that got the girl, that flushed the nerd's head down the toilet, like. That's how he looks at the world, innit? You play games, you don't count as a human. You like to play video games, you don't count. Not a real man. Okay. You showed you're a real man, by the way. You got sunned by a guy that plays Dungeons and Dragons. You didn't hit him. You didn't beat him up. You didn't take him out. Some Dungeons and Dragons guy allegedly, ejected you from the game. How embarrassing is that then?
It is what it is. But you'll see these umps most of them are super cool. My favorite ump's this older ump. He's been like,
yeah, big up Booth McGee. Are we going to keep ignoring face? BAPA's got a beak on him. Yeah, I think it's a weight loss, isn't it? I think that happens a lot with rapid weight loss. But also maybe he's just getting older. I think they said that already, right? They say like when you get older, your nose grows bigger and shit. So maybe it's just age. Maybe it's rapid weight loss. But yeah, he's got a beak on him. He's got a proper schnozzle on him. That is a nose. You know what I mean? A nose.
35 years, him and his son, they do it together. They're great. Most of them are awesome. Love the game of baseball. They help tee out, in the middle of the game. Like, man, if you
There we have it. Wasn't he complaining earlier on about the umpire allegedly, according to him, was involved in some conspiracy or giving the other team's parents preferential treatment, because he was pally and jokey with them. But here he is saying, basically, the umpire wasn't nice to T, wasn't nice to Tiger. He wasn't talking to him, he wasn't coaching him through the game. He wasn't encouraging him, he wasn't motivating him. That's why he was a bad umpire. So if that umpire would have spoken to T well, but then still ejected Brendan, would Brendan say he's a good guy or not? Indeed.
if you step like this and they help him, it's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, most of them are. This guy's like the only problem. He's had so many complaints against him. You think I'm going to file a complaint? No, all right. Okay.
Big up Black American. Maybe he's pregnant. Big up Big He needles and big face nose. That's fucking hilarious.
Okay. You know, I would never. Yeah, I was more embarrassed than it.
You would never file a complaint, but you're going to spend 15 minutes talking about it in your show.
Anything like, oh God, the fuck we doing, man? But yeah, the thing that bothers me most is some shitty person that sent that to the outlets.
It doesn't bother you that you made your kid look embarrassed, or you embarrassed your kid, you embarrassed yourself. It doesn't. That doesn't. The most shittiest thing is the fact that that video footage got out. Yeah, because that insinuates that the person hacked into something for nefarious reasons. Oh, bloody blah blah blah. True. By the way, I think that's also unfortunately gonna stop us seeing anything further. Maybe if they can go back in the archives and find old clips. But I think that clip now, although it's fed us and it's made us happy, a lot of us in the BAPAverse who have now been, you know, entertained thoroughly by seeing Brendan act the way he has and the reactions to it. I think now that he's aware of the cameras, he's definitely going to, you know, curb his outbursts and shit. You know, he's definitely going to see less of that.
How that's even a story, I don't know. Strickland couldn't have said something wild and taken the fucking forefront there, you know? I was trying to take some shots.
Strickland. So again, you're complaining about it, but then you want more attention brought on it.
Powerful bunch.
I don't know. But Mr. O,
If he was really the heart of the team, he would be giving advice on how to really coach players and deal with different personalities, no substance.
Heart of the team, yeah? Heart of the team. Usually people at the heart of the team, they also take that role seriously. They are embarrassed when things like this happens. They are ashamed. They think it undoes all their work. It maybe hampers their ability to talk to the kids a certain way, to influence them, to set whatever. They really hard on themselves, those type of things. But here's Brendan. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah, walking down umpires. No big deal. Cool.
Trying away from Theo choking people in bars.
There it is.
I'm actually helping my friend out.
Yep.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Good friend. Hashtag good friend.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag good friend. Yeah, but so they play Wednesday. And and baseball dads know this. I didn't even say anything to T after the game. I showed him in the car. I'm like, what do you want to do? You hungry? He's like, yep. And I think.
Why is that a good thing? Why is that a good thing? So you acted like that was perfectly normal. You got ejected from a game and you acted like that was perfectly okay. Especially the way that you did it and the circumstances around it. It's gonna be a miracle that that kid ends up being like chill and cool, in it, no? Because Brendan's really got he's really set his fucking big mitts on him, innit? It's gonna be a miracle if Tiger ends up not being like Brendan. It's gonna be a miracle. Because this is the type of example you're setting him. This is the type of things that you're kind of, you know. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it, man. You didn't even say sorry to your son. If you embarrass him, just use the word if, even if. Sorry if I made you look bad out there, son. I'll just try and support. Just even that, you didn't say nothing. Just act like it didn't happen. Good reinforcement there.
I think he was right for me to him, like, because they're not going to learn anything. Like when that's going on, they're not going to soak it in. Then later that night, went.
Okay, it's okay. That's fair. Maybe not in the moment, but after the game, we don't think it's right to speak about it or to apologize or to explain why you did what you did, even, and why maybe he shouldn't do it as himself. Even if you don't think you're sorry, let's say he doesn't think he has anything to apologize for. Let's say Brendan honestly doesn't think he has anything to apologize for. He thinks what he did was justified. Cool. Then just explain why maybe he shouldn't do that. Why maybe other people wouldn't look at it too favorably. Why maybe as an athlete you shouldn't get your emotions get the better of you like that in a game. Maybe.
Buddy, why do you think I got thrown out and I can't go to your next game? See, that's it. See, I get suspended for the next game. I'm suspended for Wednesday's game now.
Whoa.
And with
What do you mean, whoa? So? Whoa. As if he's playing. Whoa. As if he's the main whoa, you know. Maybe you should have thought about that before you did what you did. Maybe this also, let's talk about this. Maybe you getting suspended for the Wednesday game is a reason why you should apologize to your kid. If you're that much of a heart of the, imagine, let's take him at his word. Let's pretend he is the heart of the team. Let's pretend he is important. He plays a very important role in his kids' development in sports. It's all on Brendan. If Brendan steps away for one moment, if Brendan lets up on Tiger Schaub for one moment, he's not going to get to where he needs to get to. Let's imagine all that is true. Then why would you be so reckless and so emotional in that instance to throw all of that shit away or put all that in jeopardy? It's almost as if you're full of shit.
Was trying to get me suspended for the rest of the playoffs.
I understand. Walking somebody down, big up Jorge Masvidal, is an act of aggression. You don't just let someone walk down on you, especially not an MMA fighter. You don't, you know what I mean? That means that spells trouble. If an MMA fighter can get that, because it's different from a regular person. If you're a trained fighter, you have an ability to, you know, you don't react like this. You shouldn't. That's why people get crazy or people are shocked when they see Mike Perry fighting randoms on the street, because most of the time it doesn't happen. Most of the time, trained fighters know they're trained fighters, and because they know how to defend themselves, they don't overcompensate. You don't react like that. You know, you shouldn't go. Wow. But here's Brendan, shocked that a regular dude, Dungeons and Dragons dude, was trying to get spelling for the whole season. Or duh.
That's what I'm dealing with, but it's not happening. I think I can go to the game. I just can't coach.
So you can be in the stands.
I can be in the stands, I think. If not, I'll be in a disguise. You think I'm missing that game?
Does he think the show's not recorded? Do you think you don't record the show? You're just announcing this. Does he have that small of a brain? Yes, I know it's not big of a deal. You know, it's not gonna be that serious, but surely you don't announce your plans like this before you actually do them. You want it to be a surprise. If you especially, or you want to get away with it. Sure, you don't do what he did. Oh, this fucking guy, man.
You think I'm missing that game? I'll be in a full disguise. They're gonna be like, dude, it's clearly you. Get the fuck out of here. I'm all, no, it's not. Who? I don't know. I'm just here to watch some good ball, man.
Yeah, nice Heil Hitler stash there, right? You know exactly what stash you wanted, right? We know exactly what stash you wanted to do, right? We know exactly what stash you wanted to do.
For 9U? Yeah, dude. I love baseball. I'm here for the snack shack. There's a game? Yeah, so I can't go to the next game.
It's going to be a little tough for you to just be in there where no one notices. But, I mean, yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
I think I want to unalive myself. I'm not going to lie. If I was this dumb, I think I'd unalive myself. Not even considering the looks. The looks thing would also make me want to do drastic shit. But I think if I was this dumb at that age, like, because he has like a very niche, specific set of skills and knowledge. It's in one area only. And even that is debatable. But if I was this dumb at that age, I would end it all.
We'll see how it goes.
Anyway, that's it. That's a segment. I spent way too long talking about it, to be fair. Way too long. But yeah, crazy, isn't it? Crazy. In the end, it's not that deep. But Brendan, as always, has made it deeper by highlighting it for as long as he does. And obviously, I've made it worse by talking about this for way long. But hey, it is what it is. It's a live stream. We're talking shit. But this all could have been summed up with, yeah, that video was annoying. I'm not sure why it got out there. I'm not sure why it's slow news there, I guess. But I want to start off with saying I apologize for how I look. I apologize to the team. Whatever everybody knew now, that's not something that I want to encourage. That's kind of behavior I want to see. I apologize. Right? That's what you should have said. And just moved on. Or a real boss move, just don't address it. He's actually making it worse by trying to act like it's like the fucking whatever effect, right? By trying to act like it's no big deal, by trying to explain away, by trying to gaslight you or manipulate you into thinking what you saw wasn't what you saw, or the conclusion that you came to you should question. Just ignore it. Pretend it didn't happen. Carry on with your life. But now you can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do it. Has to keep at it, and here we are. Crazy world. Crazy world. Anyways, let's move on. We did the objection inspection. Oh, the tragedy. Yeah, this is a great one, by the way. Big up the Final Kids subreddit people. Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this? big up Slojo. Big up Slojo. Big up Mrs. Schaub. Look at this caption. Look at this caption. And look at, by the way, look at the suitcases too. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 4 suitcases there, if I'm not mistaken. Look at this caption. Or maybe it's 4 or 3 suitcases and a trolley. I don't know. Or maybe a pram. I don't know. Whatever. 3 suitcases. Look at the caption. Spent the last 30 minutes crying because today was the last day our wonderful nanny spent with Billy. She has become our family, and leaving her behind is going to be rough. Or no, tough, sorry. We love Law so much. I'm going to Texas for the day and coming right back to finish out the last couple of things. I'm ready, but I'm not ready. This woman is admitting by default, or you know, without admitting, that they had a live-in nanny. These people, Brendan and this woman, who act like they're the beast of parents, right? Brendan especially, how much hard work they do, how stressful it is, This lady had a nanny for Billy, the youngest kid. Maybe all the kids, but regardless, they had a live-in nanny at one point. A live-in nanny to help Slojo with the children. Now, Slojo doesn't work from what I need to understand. Joanna Schaub does not work. She's a housewife. She lives a very comfortable life, full of Birkins and Gucci and Balenciaga and Louis Vuitton. And she's Mexican, by the way. That's nothing that fucking shocks me. Usually, immigrant parents are like very hands-on with their kids, right? Usually, especially Latin, Hispanic people. Yes, I know rich people exist in that part of the world, but she didn't come from money, Slojo. She's just a regular person who obviously maybe got lucky with Brendan, but to have a live-in nanny, but then also act like the kids are, because remember those posts where she complains about, oh, finally got some time for myself. Oh, these kids are driving me crazy. Blah, 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 blah. But you don't even spend that much time with them. But this also explains why in all the pictures that she takes of herself in the mirror, I think to myself this. Good example. Every picture I've seen of Slojo, which is posting a thirst trap, have you noticed the bathroom and the bedroom are spotless? Have you noticed that? I've seen mums on social media. I follow some mums on social media. Usually the background doesn't look that clean because it's a house full of kids that they're looking after, and they've got a million other things to do. So if they want to throw up a quick thirst trap and the background looks fucking crazy, you let them off. It's kids, isn't it? They live in a house. But it's not surprising that every time Slojo takes a picture of herself in a mirror, that the background that she's in, the room that she's in, is spotless because the nanny's cleaning everything. Or because she has time to clean because the nanny's looking after the kids. That explains so much. But maybe also explains what she complains about the kids. Maybe she's had postpartum with all 3 kids. This is crazy to say out loud, because I know nothing about their kids. But it could explain her weird detachment and annoyance of her kids. Because she can, I know there's a lot of Facebook moms that complain about their children, but she complains a little bit too much for me. Oh, here they go again. Maybe it's part of their humor. Oh, another break. It's half term again. Oh, they're going to be in the household. It's like, she's always whining inside. Bruh, you don't really even raise them like that. And you're complaining. You have help. And this is you're making it, what? But it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Given how like laissez-faire and all over the place they are with life and shit. That they've had a live-in nanny this whole time. Absolutely hilarious. By the way, have you ever heard Brendan mention it, by the way? Have you ever heard Brendan mention that they have a nanny? He doesn't like to mention that sort of stuff. He wants you to think he's a beast of a disc. Wants you to get the impression that Rain energy drink is what powers him through his day. Right? That's what makes him this hustler. Blah, blah, blah. When really, it's a lot of help. From Ozempic, helping him with the weight. From maybe Peter Schaub, helping to bankroll shit and giving him a cushion and whatnot, and being his guarantor for a Ferrari and all this sort of stuff. Whether it's fucking Rogan putting his arm around him, there's always been some help. Always been some help that he fails to acknowledge. Fails to acknowledge the help and assistance, but it's there for all to see. A nanny. For one kid. Or for you when you're a housewife, when you've got nothing else to do. You got a nanny. Crazy. Crazy. But to be fair though to them, I'm pretty sure all stand-up comedians probably have nannies. All stand-up comedians, especially the ones who are on the road and successful, I doubt very much that the wives are putting up, because, you know, they would have divorced by now. You know, I'm thinking of Bert Kreischer's wife being a good example. Bert Kreischer's wife probably, you know, as well, nanny too. Because you could imagine, or maybe just enjoy raising kids, I don't know, but you could imagine it's going to be hard for you to kind of be okay with your husband gallivanting around the world and you actually having to raise a household, look after the children. You're going to have a lot of resentment for that fucking husband when he comes back off the road. You're going to resent that person so fucking much. But hey, big up the Schaubs, I guess. Big up the Schaubs. By the way, I love how in the caption as well, just again nitpicking here, for please forgive me, nitpicking. I love how in the fucking sentence or in the caption, it's a lot about her. It's me. Spent the last 5 minutes crying, me, because there's the last day our wonderful nanny spent with Billy. It's a lot of like me, and then her name only is mentioned what in like the third line or the third sentence. We love Law. But the first couple of sentences are all about her. Even though she's trying to do this like a shout out weird way to the fucking nanny. Let's talk about how it affects me. Oh God almighty. They are perfect for each other. I swear to God, they're perfect for each other. What are you saying? Pick up young old vibes. AZ the type to make a nanny put the pills in the baggie. Yeah, for sure. I make the nannies fucking cut up. Big old AZ is my nanny. I'll make the nannies fucking grind. All stuff I don't like to do, you know? Prepping the party pack. Prepping the party pack. I make all my nannies do that. All my nannies prep party packs. Next post here. Somebody in Brendan's comments. Why are you posting this? Embarrassing. I think it's that post from the MMA, Full Set MMA. It's kids baseball. Chill, man. Brendan. It's a repost. Please get young. Even if it is a repost, you still posting this. Weird nitpick, by the way. It's a repost. Please get younger and understand social media, for fuck's sakes. Is this Callan's burner account? You can't defend yourself without mentioning Brian Callan's name. It's a repost thing. It's still a post. Please get younger. Like, what does that mean? Maybe surely Crystalia might have some insight into that. Get younger, allegedly. Don't know what that is meant to mean, but hey. Somebody else replied and said, doesn't matter if it's a repost, it's a redacted and immature of you to repost this to begin with, rather than just ignoring it. Exactly. But like a true lolcow, he can't ignore it. That's the bummer. Like a true lolcow, he can't ignore it. That's why he's a lolcow. Don't learn from your mistakes. Or don't learn from what, let's say don't say mistakes. Never learn from why people don't like you. You know? Never learn from never understand and try to change what people don't like about you in the first place. Impeccable from Papa. You can't get more Papa than those replies really there. Another one here. This is from Brenda's Instagram again, and the wife's, right, if I'm not mistaken. This is from the wife and Brendan being absolutely toxic on the fucking Instagram, right? And again, making more out of it than what needs to be made out of. And I'm assuming people are the one who put the emoji over the kid's face. I'm imagining even Brendan didn't fucking censor his own child's face on social media. There you go. Throw out telling the ump bad call, dude. It's a caption. He was safe. No tag. Safe. And it's like, I don't know. Nobody cares, bro. Everyone cares more about your reaction. Like, can we please zoom in on your walk down? Can you explain to us why that wasn't a bad thing? Why it was completely okay to do what he did to the fucking umpire? Or say what he said about the umpire on the field after the fact. Let's just do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, big up just in the chat. I'll nanny for you, AZ. I got experience. Yes, please. As long as you're willing to baggy, as long as you're willing to cut up and baggy for me, Josie can baggy for me. Joe can be my nanny anytime, any fucking time. Nanny, all my nannies need to baggy. All my nannies need to baggy. Next post. Joanna, right? Slow Joe, she got involved. Look at her. This is probably the most toxic one, right? Tiger was never tagged. He went under the glove, so clearly not an out. Umpire was clearly going for the other team, and this is why the drama caused, because the ump clearly wasn't on our side. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you even talking about, woman? Why does this even matter? What example are you setting for your children? What example are you setting for the other teammates? How bad are you making the other parents look? Huh? Everyone's out to get you. Ugh. God almighty, bro. That's why I said, that's why I'm always shocked why some of you people in the stream chat, why some people on the Reddit have this weird hope and belief that this woman's gonna divorce Brendan or something. There's gonna be it's like, how could you think that? They're the same person. That's basically what attracted them to each other. They're the same person, bro. They match so well. Like, she is him, he is her. They are the same person. And their marriage is so convenient. He gets to have a trophy wife, and she gets to have a husband who's hardly there, but gives her fucking money to do what she wants. And doesn't really request much, you know? Because some husbands, some, you know, guys, myself included probably, will be a little bit more demanding when it comes to the parents' roles in the kid's life, you know? Would maybe want the mum to take a bit more of an interest in raising the kids. Would maybe be hesitant on the nanny shit. Maybe until, or maybe, you know, depending on how much kids you had, would maybe be a little bit hesitant on nanny shit, you know? Would maybe seek to have a partner that have different strengths and weaknesses than what you have. You wouldn't want to mirror, right? Some people, like myself included, you wouldn't want to mirror of yourself in your partner or in your wife, whatever. You want to see somebody that maybe lifts up things that you can't lift up, you know, or maybe bring something different to the relationship, whatever it may be. Nah, these guys are two peas in the same pod, both as toxic and as bad as each other. That's why they match so well. That's why she ain't going nowhere. Despite all the evidence that's out there about Brendan with the addies and baddies allegedly and shit, handing fucking notes allegedly to a girl during a live stream, the Kalila drama, the fucking Andy Liederman drama. That's why she's never gone anywhere. The furthest she's gone is fucking Las Vegas to allegedly be smashing fucking bellboys and shit. That's why. Or Flores, as they say. That's why she's not going anywhere, because they are the same person. They even speak the same, you know? You can even say this in Brendan fucking, in Shawbanese, and it'll sound like Brendan, this entire caption. It's exactly the same thing. It's wild, bro. It's wild. She probably wrote some captions for him back in the day too. You never know. Maybe some of the most legendary captions that we all know and love from Brendan were actually written by Joanna Zanella Schaub. You never know. You never know. Oy. Moving on. Oh, there's a new one. Sir, 2 new videos leaked. Non-copyright music version. There's 2 more. Is this from the same game? The play prior to the ejection. Okay, cool. It's the same game, right? So, from what I can see here, Brendan is not in a bad place because that's the area I think coaches are meant to come up to, right? That's the zone. This little white box here that Brendan, he's standing on the outside of it, but still he's within an area where he can be, you know? You can kind of shout and bark within this area. So he's not in a bad place where he's at. Again, I'm not going to be able to offer any play-by-play because I'm from England. I'm fucking black as well, so I don't know anything about fucking baseball. But let's just see what's going on here. Who's he talking to? Is he shouting at Tiger? Is he saying T? Who's he screamed at there when he walked over? Who did he scream at? Yells fuck. What's it say? Yells fuck. What's that say? What happened there? Sorry. What happened there? Yells fuck for Tiger for not sliding. Also, Tiger's on the other stand. He's on one of the stand stumps, whatever they're called, right? Again, English, black, don't know nothing about baseball. Please forgive me for the term. Please forgive me for fucking up the terminology. But I think Tiger's on one of the things, right? If I'm not mistaken. The kid hits it. So now Tiger's trying to run around to the other one, right? Stump, whatever. Stump, stamp, whatever it's fucking called. Pylon, post, seat cushion, whatever it's called. Hold on. I don't know much about baseball, but does that looks like he was out. Isn't that quite obvious that he was out from where I am? Doesn't the kid catch the ball before Tiger slides on that thing? No? Doesn't the kid catch? Isn't it quite easy to see? Doesn't the kid catch the ball before Tiger slides? Or am I bugging out? Let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. Doesn't the kid grab the ball before Tiger gets anywhere close to that stump? Or am I bugging? Look. Doesn't he grab it and he doesn't even come into frame? I know the thing's a little bit, is it the base or the bag? Isn't it a little bit, I know it's not clear here, but doesn't Tiger's foot come quite late after the kid's already grabbed it? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? There's a difference between, what's that, non-force? You have to tag. So who's in the right here? From the clip that you're seeing here, is Brendan right to say his kid was in and safe? What do you guys think? For those of you who know baseball, let me play it one more time for you guys can see it, so you can see it. For those, because I don't know. What do you guys think? Is who's right or wrong, Brendan or the umpire? Also, you have to tag him though. So in baseball, if you catch the ball on the stump, stand, whatever, before the person comes to your stand, you have to what? Touch him. How does that make any sense? Is that what? So shouldn't it be if I catch it and I'm on the thing that you're out because you didn't get there before I caught the ball? You have to also touch him. It's a base. Sorry, base, not stump, base. It's called a base. My bad, base. If I'm on the base and I get the ball before the player comes on my base or slides on my base, isn't that person technically out? That's only for the first base. Okay. But isn't that the first base? Or is that, or the first base is this base there? Doesn't this count as the first base? Or is that the first base? Where Brendan is. Is that the first base or is this the first base? That's home. Home? Okay. I'm sorry. That's home. Okay, that's start. That's the Microsoft Windows option, right? That's start. That's menu. This is menu. People in the stream chat that know baseball are probably hating me right now. Probably punching your screen, banging your head on the table. I'm calling things stumps. Base. Apologies. So what do you have to? So what do you have to do when somebody, that player, right? He's on the base. He's at home, but he catches the ball before Brendan's kid slides there. How is he meant to get him out? Is he meant to catch it and then touch him? But how about if he's not there? Does that not count? Imagine if Tiger was in the middle, about to run, but he's not very close. You have to wait for him to get there, then you touch him. Isn't he already out? Because you already caught the ball. What are you guys saying here? Big up, he's just talking about baseball. Is like Brendan. What? Okay, cool. Baseball is boring. They don't even have a halftime show. Hey, AZ, explain cricket. No, I don't play that either. I'm not Pakistani or Indian, unfortunately. I don't play that either. Or white. Or Jamaican. Someone has to tag him if he's not on the base. Okay, interesting rule. You have to catch, but they also have to tag if you're not on the base. But if you're on any other base that's not home, you can just catch it and it's fine. Okay. Let's continue the video. Again, I don't think that's a big deal. It looks like a shitty call, but sometimes you get the rubber. Like, I don't know about you, but sometimes in sports you get the rubber to green when you don't deserve it. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Yes, obviously it's kid, but this happens. Your kid plays little league, right? You're trying to make his kid go pro. This is gonna happen a lot. You're gonna blow your gasket every time someone makes a marginal bad call or an obviously bad call. Like, let's maybe save our freakouts and our walk down so when the kid actually makes it to MLB, you know? Maybe let's not throw all our toys out of the pram over this call. Maybe it was wrong. Maybe the umpire did get it wrong, but I still don't think for somebody that's meant to be a pro athlete who's the heart of the team, this is not a good example as well.
Previously on The Fighter and the Little League Kids.
Apologize to Tiger. Didn't help him, you know.
What was the cuss word?
It was the F word.
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
You're better than that.
I know. I can't help it. The ref was really...
I can't help it. Maybe try and help it, brother. I can't help it, you know. That's the example you're saying for your kid. Your kid just punches some dude in the face. I can't help it. But to be fair, Brendan, knowing Brendan, he probably would be really happy if Tiger did hit somebody during a baseball game. He'd probably be super happy about it. He'd be really happy about it.
Putting calls our way all day, and it was driving me nuts. And then there's one call, I just went, ah. And then my wife was like, oh my God.
By the way, I love how he tries to act like it's one call and one time. It's not. It's all the time. That clip that we saw earlier is how he acts all the time. You don't just like, that's just him all the time. But he's trying to like, you know, play it down by saying it's one time. We know what a one-time freak out looks like. And this guy also isn't a one-time type of dude. He does that all the time.
I was like, that's why I can't be around. I just go, okay. I went up and set up in the boxes and watched the game. Okay. All right, dude. That's what you want to do. Come on, boys.
Go, better. Oh, come on. Go.
Sits behind umpire after the ejection. Really? Really?
Come on, boy.
That's a bit aggressive, isn't it? That's a bit passive aggressive. He sat behind the umpire the whole game.
Come on, coaches. That's fine. Coaches, fine. Here we go. Wait.
Jesus Christ. He's so toxic, isn't it? It's so, honestly, again, it doesn't matter. He was trying to make it seem like he never would do this. I would be a better person. Parents that do this are the worst. Here you are doing exactly the same thing. Oh God, what a wild dude. And by the way, I love how one more time. I love how in that clip he doesn't even console his kid. By the way, how selfish you have to be, right? Imagine this is the thing about your kid. I just thought about this now. He doesn't even console his kid as he walked past him. His kid is out, probably pissed, right? Probably a bit grumpy, probably because the kid also believes he probably was safe. Brendan doesn't even console him. Look, he doesn't even console him or pat him on the shoulder or anything. Look. Sorry, it's super loud. Let me lower the volume a little bit. Sorry, it's super loud. Apologies. Look, Tiger gets up. He looks straight past him. No consolation, no nothing. No pat on the shoulder, no nothing. No hug, no nothing. He's just going after the fucking umpire. So you're worried about your kid, you're worried about all this stuff, but then you just focus on him. Oh yeah.
Previously on The Fighter and the Little League kids.
Apologize to Tiger. Didn't help him, you know.
What was the cuss word?
It was the F word.
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
You're better than that.
I know. I can't help it. The ref was really not putting calls our way all day, and it was driving me nuts. And then there's one call, I just went, ah. And then my wife was like, oh my God.
I like how he's acting like he did it with restraint, by the way. As if he did it with some level of restraint, as if he's trying to keep it under his breath. Yeah, right. Like,
that's why I can't.
Yo, big up my nuts. We never reaching 31 days. Yes, we are. Don't lose faith. Or if you lose faith, maybe you were a hater all along. Maybe you're not standing by my side. Right? Maybe you are part of the fucking trolls. Maybe you are one of the homeless cats out here. Hating. Like Brendan says, let me gaslight. Like Brendan says, let me gaslight. Let me gaslight like Brendan. Maybe you're a hater all along. Maybe you don't really want to see a black man win. If you do want to see a black man win, maybe day 1 is like day 31. Because it's got a 1 in it. Get it? And if I keep restarting my day 1, that means you're my day 1. And I'm your day 1. And we're here together. 4th time's a charm.
Be around. Let's go. Okay. I went up and set up in the boxes and watched the game. Okay. All right, dude. That's what you want to do. Come on, boys.
Jordan Ray, it never fails, mate. It never fails. It never fails. Whenever you're called out for your unreliableness, for your fucking false promises and your inadequacies, pull out the race card, mate. Hey, pull out the race card. Accountability, reflection. Huh? What are these words?
Come on, boys. Come on, coaches. That's fine. Fine. Here we go. Wait.
Come on, parents. Honestly, this guy, man.
Come on, boys.
Come on, boys. Come on, coaches.
Being condescending, right? Trying to wind up the umpire. Come on, coaches. Oh. He's trying to bully the umpire. He's trying to passively bully the umpire, you know. Oh, yeah. This fucking guy. Anyway. Another one. What's this? I don't know what this is about. Such trashy parents. Oh, is this Joanna? Let's play this. Let's play this.
Stay close.
The screeching, bro. Yeah, these guys are definitely planning. They're pinning their whole future on this kid, innit? They definitely have Project Otani in their bedroom somewhere. They probably might even have a vision board. She probably has a vision board. She probably has some fridge magnets or something. They are definitely planning Project fucking Otani, innit? This is what Tiger Schaub is. Project Otani. This is fucking crazy, bro. The way she's screaming and going crazy. The fucking TTT shit. Embarrassing, bro. Embarrassing. Oh my god. I don't know, man. I'd love to see what the other parents are like. It feels like they're the only ones who are that loud. And they come from like a sports family, allegedly, right? It's like, shouldn't you be more chill? Shouldn't you have a little bit more of a level head, a bit of humbleness about it? Because you've seen it all before. You know how hard it is to become pro. You're not trying to put too much pressure on your kid. You're just not, you know, you're aware of the pitfalls. You're aware of the fucking potholes coming up. You're aware of the things that are out of your control that could fucking hamper this thing. You're also aware of how unfun it is when this sort of shit happens, when all the pressure's been put on you, because for sure that kid notices. Because maybe there was a point where Tiger was like to his dad, hey, I want to play baseball, because he likes the sport. But then it switched to I want to play baseball, to Brendan turning into like, okay, cool, I'll make it pro. I want to make you pro, you know? Then it becomes not fun. You're the one that's taking, you know, suggesting to your dad you want to play baseball, in the hope that you could also play the sport you want and also hang out with your dad because you love him. But then he takes over and makes it all about something that you're not that bothered about at that age, because you just want to have fun. You know, you haven't decided what you want to do yet. Don't even, you know what I mean? Don't know if you ask from your elbow. But his kid is just pushing. Got the mum screaming. Ow! He ran to first base. If I'm not mistaken, did he just run to first base? Didn't he run to first base? That's how she's screaming. Okay, second. That's how she's screaming. Okay. Home run, I get it. Spaz, go crazy. Come on, bro. Oh, yeah. Anyways, what could you do? What could you do? Yeah. Legendary family, man. Legendary family, and legendary. Actually, you know what? I want to go back to that Schaub video. I want to read the comments. I want to see what people are saying. Have anyone else that said what I said? Let's see. I want to quickly see the comments on that video. What they're saying here about Brendan. As a baseball dad, the video showed the other team agreeing with ump's call. Nothing that CTE boy said was true. BAPA is telling us a ejection story because it's the biggest thing he has been on his subreddit for the last couple of days, and he feels the need to respond to it. Exactly. I'm 43. Most dads and half the mums were like this at my pee-wee football games. If we played now, we'd have nobody on our sidelines. Okay? Sure, but as a BAPA or free myself, I understand sports emotions that go along, but damn, brother, you're killing us with the reiteration of you getting thrown out for 15 minutes. They don't like you at the games. You're not a freaking wanted at theirs. Take the hint. I think we noticed that. Him not getting the mask on Darren, the dentist, Stuart, is funny. Plot twist. Brendan is the one who released the footage to the public. Papa called himself the heart of the team. This is why people have an issue with Brendan. He's a classic hypocrite. Publicly clowns every action, then turns the Zach. Exactly. It's the hypocrisy, as Bill Burr would say. You know, it's the hypocrisy of it all. No one actually cares if you're toxic. Be toxic. Do your thing. Some dads are gonna be like that. It's your child. I get it, but don't act like you don't do it and then you do that, and sometimes worse. Every time he opens his mouth about baseball, he exposes how clueless he really is about the sport. Oh, is that true, by the way? People in the stream chat, let me know. Does Brendan not know much about baseball? Could you tell he's a bit clueless by how he talks about it? BAPA insider info guy is his CTE. This game had a high level of emotion. That made me laugh so hard, bro. It's Little League game, you bozo. Legs crossed saying it's tasty. Come on, bro. Brendan realizing this is the guy he's been glazing for years now. Talking about Dungeons and Dragons. What's that like? Snakes and ladders for some cells? Oh my god. Oh my god. Talking about Dungeons and Dragons, B. What's that like? Snakes and ladders with some sauce on top. Honestly, the comments are funnier than any of Rogan's friends. Any of these guys. The comments are always the best. Imagine. Brendan is playing the same card he did with Nate Diaz situation. Use your words. Sure, Brendan, we believe you. Whatever parent or anyone who sent that out is absolute treasure. You're going to learn your lesson for being a follower as an adult. Bro, I've been kicked out 13 times. Shit gets wild. Okay, that's not good encouragement. We need Brendan disguised as Tiger's aunt, Big Barbara. We all know how this ends. T playing baseball at D3 school and hating BAPA. This is unfortunate, but this is probably the truth, isn't it? He probably won't even play baseball anymore. This is the unfortunate part of it, because even though we all clown him, me especially, because of this like dad thing, this dad grift, this dad thing he's got going on, it's like he's only taking an active interest in his kid's life now because he's quit stand-up comedy. He didn't care before. When he was on the road touring, he didn't give a fuck about these kids. Now all of a sudden he's at home, suddenly his kids have become interesting again, which is a good thing, right? He's in his kids' lives. They have a father that's present and taking an interest in what they do. But the unfortunate side of things is that him being around and being omnipresent, especially with their sports, is going to push them away from it. It's going to make them not want to do it anymore, because he's going to make it look boring. He's going to make it boring. He's going to make it just everything it's not meant to be, which is meant to be fun. But I predict he probably won't. I predict he won't play baseball. I predict he's not going to play baseball. He's not going to do it. Big up at who's saying here? The best part of sports is making friends, having fun. Exactly, young on vibes. Poor kid will have high blood pressure by 12. Exactly. Big up at Josie. Yeah, owner toxicity. Baseball ain't that hard. I'm sure he played his nose rules. Exactly. Big up Little Drip. Doesn't know shit about baseball. He only talks about mental side of the game, athletics of the game, but that's a surface level. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Very, very true. Undefeated in the comments. Exactly. Big up Ason. AZ, you won't make it to 31, bro. Keep saying that, bro. I'm gonna make it. Keep doubting me. Keep doubting me, bro. I'm gonna make it. Keep doubting me. I'm close though. Look at the members. We're getting there close. We're getting close. We're getting close. It's day one is closer to 31 than 0. Day one is closer to 31 than 0. I'm a fan. I swear Brendan watches Morning Combat and then does his show. Using his little platform to attack a little league ump is a new low for Schaub. Go back to Food Truck Diaries, Goofer or Goober. He made this more public by bringing it to his show. He obviously couldn't wait to bring Little League game back up at the joy he got from talking about himself. Exactly. Unfortunately, a lot of Little League games are like this. This guy is unhinged, power trip, Tom about your whole life. He says Tom needs to move on. To where? To fight who? Jones has the belt. Vacate. This is pathetic. Trying to intimidate an umpire in a kid sport on a power trip. Have you seen your entire career? This guy for real swears at the guy for a 9-year-old's rec game. Oh my god, I can't believe this is a thing. Barely breaks 10k views on an ump repost respond video. So yeah, I guess the comments are frying him. That's good. It's good. It's good to see. Good to see. Anyway, let's do some podcast cringe. Let's do some podcast cringe. Okay? Let's do a little bit of podcast cringe. So, first things first. As much as I love podcast cringe, is he double dipping with this podcast cringe bites channel that he's got now? Or is this what people normally do? Or am I missing something here? He's got this other channel called Podcast Cringe Bites, Is he double dipping? Because do you really need to have this on a separate channel, or could you just put it under one? The type of videos that he does. Do you? It's not like he's doing different comedians. It's the same type of comedians he covers all the time, and he's putting like, it's a little bit cheeky, isn't it? It also is, but it also makes sense why he's doing this, because I'm imagining across the board, views on these guys aren't as big as they were in the beginning, right? Because it's just hard to eke anything out. Or maybe this is the algo thing. Maybe some people are a lot more clocked in with the algorithm. I'm clearly not. You know how I do my videos, my clips and shit. More people are way more plugged into the algorithm. So maybe there's a thing where if you start a new channel, maybe you get more preferential treatment or whatever with the algo. So maybe you like start a new channel and then it gets pop and then you start a new, I don't know. Interesting. I was like, huh, really? Do you need a second channel for this? Let's continue. What is it? As you think of Rinks will leave? Nope, I don't think he's gonna leave. KP is weird because privilege has been in front of thousands. Inflation is high. Big up young old vibes. Big up Jack Donahue Jr. Guys with 2 channels wonders if another guy 2 channels double dipping. No, I don't think I'm this is not double dipping. This is separating the content, because I was doing Taz on the main channel and Random Show on that channel as well, which I think was confusing, because people that want to listen to this stuff don't want to listen to stuff I talk about on Taz, which I completely understand. So I split it, because I think the audiences are different as well, to be completely honest. Maybe I could have left it the same if I had it under just the Aggers, like my name as a channel, but I also want the channels to reflect the content, you know? So it's like Taz channel, this channel. That's why I split it, to be honest. It wasn't really a double dipping thing. That wasn't really the main thing, to be honest. And as well, look how slow the channel's been growing. It's not really, you know what I mean? And I've not really been putting that much effort into it apart from the stream, so I don't really think it's a double dipping thing for me personally. Big up ZANELLA, he's totally double dipping. His stuff is already biting off on other content. His merch is totally a grifter. The merch thing, I think you guys are being too harsh on podcast screen with the merch. Everyone does merch, bro. I know it's a bit tacky and whatever, and a little bit whatever, but everyone does merch. Some people love it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I think you guys are being a little bit harsh with the merch. I personally don't think I would ever do it, because I just think I don't know. I think when it comes to content like this, I think you're already asking too much of the audience. You're asking them to watch. You're asking them to sub. You're asking them to like. You're asking them for members, super thanks, donation. Then on merch, it's like, how much more do you need to like extract from your members, you know, or from people that watch you? It's just too much. So I wouldn't do it for that reason alone, you know. And also, if I did merch, I want to have my own brand, you know. I want to have my own streetwear brand, my own fashion label or something. I wouldn't want to do merch on just a show. Maybe I'll do like a one-off T-shirt, right, and literally sell it for like what it cost. But it wouldn't be like a merch thing. I don't really believe in that personally. But I don't have a problem with people that do that at all. No problem with it. Let people, if they want to do it, let them do it. If you want to buy it, buy it. But I don't think it makes him out to be a grifter. The video of it was a bit cringe. Don't get me wrong. The video was a bit cringe. I wasn't a fan of the video. I also didn't like the hoodie with the white strings. I hate those things in general. But if you like that sort of stuff, buy it, innit? Support. Why not? There are people out here wearing fucking Metallica t-shirts and can't name you a single fucking album or a track. But then you're, you know, ragging on podcast cringe when likely you've watched all these videos and shit. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Rep the stuff you actually like and enjoy. I don't have no problem with that. I don't think that makes him a grifter, personally. It's just a bit funny you've got 2 channels when it's like, you know, same content. But hey, let's set about the better. Let's move on. Let's do podcast cringe. Let's do the latest one. This is what? Bert's completely lost it, yeah? Let's do this one. Should we do that? Bert lost it? Bert's annoying, man. I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing now. Yeah, let's just do the Bert. Let's do the Bert thing. If it gets boring, we'll turn it off. Did we do it already though? Am I bugging? No, I don't think we did it already. I don't think we did it. Cool. Big up podcast cringe. Let's start at the beginning again. I don't think we did it already. I don't think we did. Did we do it or did we stop it? I think we might have stopped it there. So this is podcast cringe. Bert has completely lost his mind.
He's the f***ing guy. Dude, how did we not become that kind of white? Someone actually said, yeah. I'm too dark.
Bert Kreischer's back and he's bigger and redder than ever, fresh off the Two Bears 5K event where Bert Bert embarrassed himself in front of a live crowd, Tom and Bert are picking up where they left off, offering fresh insights into what it's like to be an out-of-shape middle-aged comedy millionaire with too much money on their hands and absolutely no sense of reality.
Yo, big up 10 on 10 toes. AD Taz Butler's chaps. No, to be fair, that type of merch will interest me. Like, I don't know. For Taz, maybe USB sticks for the fucking DJs out there or whatever. Or like headphone pads, or like a notebook, or like a fucking page holder or something, because I read books and shit. For this show, I don't know, maybe some sort of fucking flask, or like a now gen or something. Or maybe a hat if I wore hats or something. You know what I mean? Like little things like that. But again, it'll just be cost up, just like fun little things, one off. But, you know, I don't know. The whole grift, and as well, the grifting thing is an overused term. You know, overused term. Grifter things over. We know what grifters are. I don't think Podcast Cringe making a bit of merch is grifting, to be completely honest.
I've been saying this for a while now, but it's more obvious than ever that Tom Segura has had enough of Bert's bullshit and checked out of the whole comedy podcasting grift completely. He recently revealed on JRE that he never intended to pursue a career in stand-up comedy and moved to LA to pursue his dream of being an actor. So now that his Netflix series Bad Thoughts has hit the top 10 on trending and seems to be gathering some steam, I don't think it's going to be long until he throws in the towel and severs ties with Bert professionally. This is
That's a hell of a reach, isn't it? That's a hell of a reach. What? You think so? But that being said, think about it the other way. Think about it if Bert Kreischer's movie was a success and wasn't panned and wasn't a flop at the box office. Imagine if the Machine movie actually was good and well liked and well reviewed. He'd like to do the same thing. Bert will probably be like, see ya to Tom and quit everything and disassociate himself with Tom Segura and go fully into the whole I want to be an actor thing, innit? You know he would. So maybe there's something in there, but it feels like a bit of a reach.
has got Brendan Schaub, Theo Von, The King and the Sting written all over it, where Tom moves on to an illustrious Hollywood career. And
to be fair, looking back now, I know the picture is obviously, we got the context and it's like, you know, hindsight is 2020. But looking back, doesn't the dynamic and the energy of that picture tell you everything? Brendan looks like he's so happy to be hanging out with Theo. Brendan looks like he's so happy, so chuffed that Theo's his friend and they've got a show together. Like I think we didn't know at the time, but I think Brendan knew at the time because he was working with the guy, how much of a blessing it was, how lucky he was that Theo was working with him. Like he noticed, okay, cool, this guy shouldn't be with me. This guy is way too good to be around me. But he did milk it. He did milk the most. He got the most out of it, you know? He milked it for a very, 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 very long time. But he looks really happy there that Theo's his friend. Which is a shame because since the last time Theo was on camera with Brendan has been the last time he's been on camera with Brendan.
Bert runs his podcast, Bertcast, into the ground, getting more and more desperate for attention and eventually exploding like the waitress's head from the Assassin story in Bad Thoughts. And Bert, if you're listening, we're going to be here with you every step of the way. But speaking of Bad Thoughts, Tom and Bert spent the first half of the show discussing the intricacies of producing a show for Netflix and all the details that nobody gives a fuck about. So if you want to see my detailed review of Tom's new show, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description and sign up so you don't miss out on that one. Those of you who have been watching all my comedy special reviews and Kill Tony live show breakdowns will know that
skip.
Covering Brendan Schaub's embarrassing ejection.
I've been smoking weed every night. I'm not sober. Like I don't think I ever have an attraction to being sober, but like not
an attraction, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's just different because I like party, right? I go out and rave and shit. So I'm out here with fucking, you know, people taking multivitamins and getting really fucking on it. But even in my world, even in that kind of world, that subculture, that scene, right, and going to raves and being a DJ and shit, you think to yourself, like, is this gonna be me forever? Like, is this how my weekends are always gonna be? And you think to yourself, over time, you're gonna wean off of it. And you do. People wean off of it, they move on to other things, they go behind the scenes, or they just develop a much healthier relationship with that sort of stuff. But everyone gets to a point where the way they were when they got into the scene at like 19, 21, 32 is not the same way they get. It's not the same way they are if they're still in the scene or in the industry when they're 45, 50. They're like, but Bert it never enters his mind that there could be like a moment where, like, hey, maybe it's not 16 beers a night. Maybe it's 10. Maybe it's 5. It never crosses his mind. But that all comes from being like growing up the way he has, basically. Being privileged in a way. Having no real life consequences to his actions. Never having to hold down a job. I think that's what makes this easier to kind of comprehend and to be okay with. Because I think a regular person, you're kind of forced to do that and to grow up or to evolve or whatever, or give up. Because you have a job, because you have to look after a family, because you have to hold down a job, whatever it may be, keep a roof over your head. But that's the like. I don't even think he should. Like, I'm not even in the camp of he should quit everything, because I'll be a hypocrite because I don't quit everything. But there should be a time where you kind of just scale it back a little bit. You know, pull it back. Just chill. And I always find it fascinating because it's like you work in a job where you get to drink anyway. Like, how can you work in a job where it doesn't matter if you drink or do drugs, but then you're doing too much of it anyway? Like, that is a real lack of like care and whatever else it may be. It's like, just relax, bro. It's not that you don't have to go this hard with the boozing. Like, and it's booze too. Booze isn't that, like, I'm sorry, but booze isn't that good that you should be going that hard as Bert is. From the day he was in high school to now, booze isn't that good. It really isn't. Drugs aren't that good even. It gets boring after a while. No matter how much fun you have, it gets boring. It gets samey. You get tired of it. But he never seems to get tired of it. Maybe that's why he's a machine.
Drinking has felt fucking really good these last 8 days.
8 days.
When have you heard somebody say after a bender that it's been a great few days? Even in my heyday, right? Even in my heyday, where I'll be putting on raves, where I'll be DJing all over the place, where, like, you know, I remember this one particular time where I'll be staying out from like Thursday to Monday, essentially. You would never look back on it on a Tuesday morning and be like, oh, that was fucking great. You're hating yourself. You're hating it. You're saying you're never going to do it again. Then obviously next week you do it again, but you're not saying out of your breath, oh, that was a great few days. Like, maybe in the moment it was, but not on the day after, you know? Like, what?
You're almost time to get a coin.
It ends in about 4 hours.
Oh, it's over in 4 hours.
I'm having a glass of our vodka. I'm getting on a plane. Tom, it's just flying, man. It's flying.
Yeah, I know. We fly differently. We talked about that.
I feel so good right now that I go, don't drink. Let's see how long I can not drink on the flight. And that way I'll minimize my drinking.
Yo, big up Toby Moss. I was the first to go out of my mates. I was the first out of my mates to go out with no disco biscuits and just enjoy the tunes. And please tell the fellow stream chatters how hard that is. But also tell the stream chatters, Toby Moss, how easy it is after you've done it a few times. It's not that difficult. And also, it makes it more fun when you end up doing it again the next time. With this guy, maybe forgive me for being dumb, but I don't think he actually enjoys beer. For me, you enjoy a good pint when you've worked hard that day. At the end of the day, you've had a hard working day. Your boss has been on your back. You've been covering for your fellow colleagues. You've been busting your ass, whatever you're doing in work. And then that pint at the end of the day, oh, that tastes fucking sweet. That pint at the end of the fucking week, oh, that tastes fucking sweet. That multivitamin that you do once every whenever, that is going to be a good experience. That is going to be a good high. Not every fucking day. Plus you have your own vodka company. Plus you probably get sent loads of booze to you anyway. Plus you get people buying you shots. Like you're always around beer, always around alcohol. He probably has a massive bar. No, actually they have a bar there, don't they? They have a bar in the studio. But I'd imagine in his actual house, he probably has a massive fucking bar. Surely you're not enjoying it. I'm sorry, you're not enjoying it. You're not enjoying the way I'm enjoying it anyway, at least. When I get a fucking cold pint, when I get a fucking nice fucking pint of Guinness that I don't usually drink, or I don't have any beer at home anyway, that hits way better for me than it does to him. I'm sure of it. There's no way he's enjoying drinking as much as he's saying he is, or the taste of it, or the experience of it. Maybe he enjoys the high of it, or whatever, but he's definitely not enjoying the drinking. There's no way. Doing it that much? Come on.
But then we're going to Chicago for a bottle takeover, right? Or for a bar takeover. I'm going to drink in Chicago. I want. By the way, I'm also eating clean. I'm eating good.
The amount of shit these guys take to get through their daily lives is seriously out of control. We all know people like this. I remember I had a friend who had a pill for everything, to relax, to party, to sleep, to exercise, to wake up, to work. But I've never heard someone openly admitting that their drinking problem is due to self-medicating their fear of flying, and then in the next
yeah, be able to talk most. I just really like the music going to remember everything. Yeah, I was the same. I think I had my turning point came because I went to like, I think there was a year. I was checking my fucking emails randomly actually about it the other day. I think there was a year where I went to like Berlin like 6 times. And I think I don't know, I wasn't working a good job to enough to pay for it and all that, so I don't even know where I got the fucking money from. But I think I went to fucking Berlin like 6 times in a year, and I think all 6 times I went to Bergheim, but I couldn't remember one. Like I couldn't remember one set. I think that's why I was like, okay, cool, I need to, you know. And then the few times again when I went, I think that the year after I went was the year I went during dry January. I went for work to Berlin, so I got flown out there for work, got put up in a nice hotel, had breakfast, everything, right? So bang. So that should be a time where you go fucking crazy. I had a best time, completely stone cold sober. And that was a wild time as well, because I remember we went to some boiler room. Yeah, I went to like a boiler room rave. I think Kano was performing it. It's like an ADS original. I don't know if Kano's still sponsored by ADS Originals, but Kano, the Grime MC, you know, original member of, well, not original, but old member of Nasty Crew and shit, he was doing a performance out there, and they rented out some space, ADS Originals, and they had like a Heineken bar, and they're also serving spirits, all for free. It was like their influencer thing. It was like crazy. And I remember in the club or whatever space they had a wall of a fridge, like Heineken branded fridges, where you could just open and get beer for free if you wanted. Or if you went to the bar, they could make you a mixer with some sort of Heineken inspired drink or something, right? That's the whole thing. And everyone was getting smashed, obviously, and obviously high as well. And I just abstained from the whole thing and I had a great time. Don't get me wrong, like, would I advise you to go to a fucking rave or to a pub or to any kind of sporting event sober all the time, surrounded by those people? No, obviously don't. You could better thing to do with your time. But it is entirely possible to do, and it's kind of enjoyable as well. And I also wouldn't want to go to these type of things knowing that I couldn't go unless I was on something, you know? Because I kind of like the music, I kind of like the scene. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's same with comedy. Like, wouldn't you want to? I don't know. Maybe it's different. These guys. Maybe they actually use comedy as an excuse to get fucked up. Maybe that's the whole point. But if you actually love stand up, you like being like, wouldn't you want to just go and enjoy stand up for just stand up sake, and for meeting people, hanging out, telling jokes? Should it always be an excuse to get fucked up?
breath, claim that they just like to party, and then say how good they feel when they don't drink and when they're eating well, while at the same time counting down the hours until their next drink. And Tom's just sitting across from him, nodding in agreement, waiting for the podcast to end so he can get back in his...
That's a perfect screenshot, by the way. That's a perfect fucking face. That look of contempt.
...new Ferrari and get the fuck out of there. However, there's a fierce battle going on between Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub over who can have the most delusional flex. I talked about this on my Bites channel, how Bert will do some classic celebrity douchebag move and then brag about it on his podcast. Your boy boy BAPA does the same. Just this morning, he was complaining about the baseball dad who leaked the footage of him getting ejected, but then had his producers pull a still frame from the video showing him towering over the umpire so he could flex about how jacked he is. These guys have absolutely no moral compass when it comes to reading the room and knowing when to hide something or when to brag about it.
Do you pay your own bills?
There's a portal that I sign into and approve of certain bills that go out.
Leanne does that for us.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I've never paid a bill in my life.
I also figured that.
I've never. The last time I paid a bill, you could write checks.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you have no idea like how any of it works for you?
None.
I
actually said.
So do you think this is like a humble brag to show off like how rich he is, or do you think this is a weird way for him to kind of like dunk on people that criticize him? Like, you guys think I'm an idiot. You guys think I'm this, I'm that, but I don't even remember when I paid the bill. It's like, I don't know, it doesn't hit the way you think it does. You're just not a responsible adult, innit? Like, why? You're not fucking Brad Pitt. You're not George Clooney, you know what I mean? You're not fucking like, why aren't you on top of the things that are going in and out of your, like, why don't you know these things? Why don't you take an interest in this sort of thing? Why is that a brag that you're not financially literate or have any kind of insight into it? Why is that something that you're proud about, you know? It's a strange thing to fucking brag about, but hey, I guess in these guys' world, like, you know, it's almost like the person that brags about never driving, you know? You want to act like, oh yeah, I don't even drive my own cars. It's like, why don't you drive your own cars? What? Why is that a brag?
I said to someone recently, I was like, and they were like, don't you and Tom like have same amount of money? And I was like, not really. He has more money than I do. But like, I mean, I guess in apples and oranges, it's not apples and oranges. It's apples and like pears. And they go, and like, well, it's not like I have no money.
No.
But like I go, they go, but how can I go, well, Tom knows how much money. I go, Tom's aware of how much money he has coming in. So what I do is I just don't spend because I'm terrified all the time. So I live in a place of fear.
So you know what money you have. Again, just chatting shit. You can't flex and say you have no money, but then you want to like what, be relatable and say you live in a place of fear. I go on tour because I'm scared. I drink because I'm scared. Huh?
Fear, because I don't want to deal with it. So like that's where I am. So I don't spend because I'm terrified that I don't have any money coming in that month. And they're like, you do. And I was like, I know, but I think if I was more aware of.
Oh, big up Koila. I love this. Tom was a rich kid with expectations. Bert is a rich kid that never wiped his own ass. Bappa is a rich kid bully. Delia's a rich kid diddler. Callan's a rich kid turned old grapist loser. Notice a trend? Exactly. Yeah. That's the annoying thing, innit, about these guys. Like, they're all the same type of person, really. Maybe that's also why Rogan rags on, because I say it before, like sometimes the person that you rag on the most are usually the people that you kind of oddly see a lot of yourself in. So sometimes when I'm like overly critical or overly harsh on someone like an Eric Griffin, I can notice in myself that the reason why I say that is because I notice in myself that I may have the tendencies or the proclivity to be a bit of a sloth, to be dour, to be negative, to be a hater, and to just be like just how he is, right? Just a miserable fucking, you know, bag of potatoes. So maybe Rogan is so harsh on Bert because he knows if he really was to let go and to not be as disciplined as he is in his life, he would be Bert too. The only thing separating him between him and Bert is that he has some level of vanity, but I can't even say that because I think Bert also is vain in his own way. I think Bert also kind of feels like Bert probably has that African dad thing, or that, you know, whatever immigrant dad thing, where like if you've got a big belly, it's a sign of like prosperity because it means you're eating well, you've been fed, like, you know what I mean? So maybe Bert in his own twisted way feels like being able to perform on stage with no t-shirt, looking the way that he does, walking around embracing it, it's kind of a flex because it means if he does that, it probably means he has money because, hey, I don't have to conform, I don't have to live up to these expectations. I don't have to meet these beauty standards. I do things on my own. I moved to beat my own drum because I got I've got my own drums. That type of thing. Maybe. But big up Quayla.
What was coming in, I might spend more.
I got you. Yeah, I understand.
So in a weird way to protect myself, I just keep myself unaware.
Why are two comedians sitting in a studio across from each other, one of them sitting on a couch with his legs crossed discussing their spending habits? And why is Bert's face so fucking red? Can everyone not see that he's slowly dying? It looked like he just received an email about a bill on his phone, so he thought he'd start bragging about how he's never paid a bill in his life. This is what two of the top-selling comedians in the world think passes as content these days. As usual, though, it got worse.
I have a joke. I don't know what the joke is really per se, but in it, it's that Leanne has always bought our cars. So when we look at cars, like I run them by Leanne and then she's like, no or yes. Leanne's always been the final decision on every car.
Now we know why Leanne never leaves, right? Now we know why Leanne never is ever going to leave. Yo, big up Joff MIA. Big up Joff MIA. Appreciate it, brother. But now we know why Leanne's never going to leave. She has the cards. She has the say-so, the final say-so on the finances and the spend. So she gets to spend whatever she wants. Now we know why she's never going to... Now we know why she enables. Because if she enables, guess what? More money.
And there was a guy in the audience that couldn't believe it. He was like, bullshit.
Yeah.
And he was like, what kind of car do you have now? I know that it's like I can tell you how much it costs, and I know it's the nice one, it's the big one.
Yeah.
But S or C, it's an S or a C, it's not E, but it's the big one, but I don't know the number.
Yeah, it's an
S-Class. I really don't know the number.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. It's nice. It's really nice.
Yeah. I love that car. Sedan. It's comfortable.
Yeah.
It's not like too ostentatious. It's like, but it's a beautiful car.
It's great.
Looks like I sell real estate in Beverly Hills, but whatever.
You look like a Persian guy, but
yeah, because it's white. I shouldn't have got white. Like I care more about the color of my car.
But you like white. You had a white.
I've always had white cars. I've always had white cars.
Yeah, it's like
I love white cars.
Extension of your like racial beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't listening. Goddamn it! What did you say?
Nothing. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It just fits you perfectly.
Can someone take Bert's phone off him? Like, fuck, what are we doing here, B? Talking about an S-Class Mercedes as if it's a reliable runaround car is crazy. At least Tom keeps his mouth shut these days about his growing supercar collection, unless he's in the comfort of Joe Rogan's studio being guarded by SEAL Team 6. The paws can't get to him there. But this next bit started out as a moment of self-reflection and realization and quickly turned into a Bert Kreischer classic moment. Oh, and I got a question for all you Americans watching this right after the clip.
You know, I might be in a parallel universe. If I had never met Leanne, I might be a shrewd businessman.
Yeah?
I think Leanne just took over everything.
Again, like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know about you, man, but I would never mistake my expertise in one field as a representation of my expertise across other fields. Because what would give this guy any indication that he's could be a successful or a whatever entrepreneur? Maybe in terms of him coming from a rich family, maybe that's what he means, because he'll get infinite chances. Then you and I to kind of, launch stuff if it fails or relaunch things, whatever. But it's always interesting to me how these podcasters, these stand-up comedians feel as if, like, because they're successful in one area, it somehow is transferable to other areas, or is indicative of them being able to do other things. Like just the other day, Bert, talking about Bert maybe being an athlete. Now he's suddenly saying, "Oh yeah, if I wasn't a stand-up comedian, I probably would be a shoot." Like, what gives you that impression? Because you sell merch, because you sell tickets for your shows. That is largely built off the back of what? Your stand-up, which has got what? From your association with Rogan and it's like, what? There's all these things that play the role in terms of you becoming successful as you are and selling those tickets. It's not really to do with the business, isn't it? Growing a business from the ground up, even just opening a fucking bakery, a laundromat, whatever, some sort of financial services, something else, software, whatever. It's very, very difficult. Most people fail at it, even the ones that commit entirely to it. Study for it. But here's Bert. Yeah, I could do that because I've got a podcast. I could do that.
so easily that I was like, great.
Yeah.
Cool. I'd rather never open an envelope. I haven't opened mail. I'm gonna bring Leanne in here. I'm gonna just have Leanne yell it. I'm gonna call her right now.
I think you would probably be the same as Bobby Lee. You both, I think, have the same financial planning. He's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know how much the amount. I've never seen a bill. I don't open a thing. I haven't done it in 25 years. Like zero awareness.
Hang on 1 second. Don't listen, okay? I haven't opened a piece of mail. I'm gonna guess. You ready?
Yeah.
In 22 years.
Okay. Let's see what she says.
Leanne.
Yes.
When was the last time you think I opened a piece of mail?
1993.
So what is it? Because you're not around, so you don't open mail? Like you're not curious to open mail? Whenever you're around, the mail's already been opened because you're drunk and hungover for 20. Like, I don't know why this is a brag. Like, this is a strange thing to brag about. I don't open mail. Okay. So people that brag about, oh, I don't visit this. Why do you have a house you don't visit, or you don't own, or you don't lease or rent out or something? It's just they're empty. It's like, what kind of brag is that? Like, it's a strange brag. It really is a strange brag. By the way, relatable, right? Relatable. Hashtag comedy. This is funny, right? This is funny. Let me call my wife and demonstrate to you how wealthy I am. Like, okay.
I was gonna say 22 years. I don't think I've ever opened a piece of mail since I married you.
Oh, I don't think you opened mail before me.
I didn't.
No.
Rich guy shit.
I don't think you've opened mail since 1993. Maybe even before that. Maybe even ever. Yeah.
I've never opened mail.
That's
So
not
it
your
just
bag, baby.
it just sits
You
there.
have lots of gifts and talents. That's not in your wheelhouse.
All right, I love you. I'll talk to you later. It gives me anxiety.
Okay, first thing, why is it that Americans never say bye before they end a call? I've wondered this my whole life, but I've never actually asked an American before. If someone did that to me, I'd be like, oh, okay, see ya. Like, fuck. Is that rude or is it just me? I don't know. Just seems like you could have waited for her to say bye before ending the call, but something tells me she's probably used to it. And here's the other thing. We all know Bert's fear of clowns and balloons, and obviously, social anxiety is a thing. I know heaps of people who hate making phone calls and don't answer their phone unless they know the number. That's fine, I totally get that. But who in the fuck has a fear of opening mail? Is that like a hangover from the war on terror or something? Because it sounds to me like straight up laziness.
I'm not a good, like, I've f***ed up a lot with money because of my anxieties of mail and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But the second I met Leanne, smooth sailing.
That's cool. It's good that you both have your role in that for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like in my house, it's definitely the other way. Yeah.
No How do you think I found you? I'm the forefront of changing gender identities. Gender
there you
roles.
go.
That's just I am. If there's any guy out there that feels like they're like me, that they're not really good with money and they're not really good. They're good at making it.
Yeah.
But they're not good with running it. They spend wildly. If I knew how much money I had, I might spend crazy.
Yeah.
So I just go, I don't know. And so
that's good. That is good that keep you like this then. You're right.
Like, who is he kidding about this? Like, who is he kidding? It's just a lie. It's a straight up lie. It's a straight up lie. Wasn't this the guy that was crying about where he came on that list of the top selling comedians or whatever in terms of money? Why are you crying if you don't know how much money you have? Why do you care about those type of things if you don't check how much money you have? If you got fear, he's lying. He's just lying. Pure and simple, he's lying. Same thing goes with the comments. I don't make comments. But then you Google yourself all the time. Of course you read the comments. You're fucking Bert Kreischer. You're addicted to the fucking comments. You live for fucking validation of people online. You seek it. You're an attention seeker. You're a big baby. There's no way this guy doesn't know where he got his money. He's lying. He's just flat out lying. 100% he's lying. It's just a weird thing to lie about. It's just because nobody asked you. Like, who gives a fuck? Weird humble brag. Everything about this is weird.
If you knew, you might go like, oh, and just go crazy.
Bert basically just admitted that he's outsourced being an adult to his wife and Tom. They could both put him down as a dependent on government forms. Just think about this for a moment. Take away the shirtless stand-up routine and the endless rambling into the microphone every week on his podcasts. What can Bert actually do? I mean, at least Brendan Schaub was a professional heavyweight punching bag for a bit there, and now he knows how to change the oil on a Tesla. But Bert would be a bum if it wasn't for his clown act. And the worst part is, he's got children who, to their credit, seem like normal functioning adults. I was looking for a clip to show you guys that I remember from ages ago on JRE where Rogan roasted Bert and called his wife Leanne his mother because she does everything for him and tells him what to do. I seriously spent like 2 fucking hours looking for this clip and I still couldn't find it. So if any of you have it, hit me up. At least Bert's wife is a good woman though, who looks out for him and takes care of all the financials. How many stories have we all heard about rich celebrities getting shafted by their spouses, managers and agents? Bert really is lucky.
You know, it's kind of, do you like who you are?
Do I like who I am?
Like, do you wake up and go,
I'm not gonna lie, man, like, I don't mind these type of conversations with friends and shit, but there comes a point when somebody keeps asking these questions, essentially free therapy sessions, and not doing anything to change their circumstances, their situation, that it gets a little bit exhausting. Because you know what he's fishing for? He doesn't really care about you. He's mostly asking a question so he can talk about himself. If that's the case, cool, but go and get the help you need. Start making the changes that you need to make in order to make your life better. You have the resources, you have the time, you can do it. Don't use me as a conduit. Don't use me as a meat shield. Don't use me as a reason to broach this topic. Go and get the help that you need to get. It would be exhausting after a while. Like, bro, what is this? I didn't meet you for a drink so you could turn a question about me into a opportunity for you to talk about yourself for an hour. No one wants that, right? No one wants to just meet someone, a friend, and they speak about their situation for an hour and then they spend 10 minutes on yours, 20 minutes on yours, or don't even ask you about your situation. You get there and you're all concerned about theirs. You want to help them out as best as you can, and they never want to say, okay, anyway, enough about me. What's
Powerful bunch.
Big up Asad Aziz.
This guy is 50 having reflective thoughts of kid who listens to Netspin to feel emotions. Do I even like myself?
Exactly.
Would people miss me when I'm gone?
Exactly. This is like first time stoner thing, isn't it? It's like first time stoner questions. First trip, you know? Suddenly you become reflective. Bill Coiler, yeah, all Bert wants to know is, do you like me? Exactly. Exactly. I'm just hearing DSP's voice in my head. You guys like me? Yeah, exactly. Where do you guys like me? Exactly.
I think Tom's cool as shit.
No, I don't. I mean, that's not my inner dialogue. Definitely not.
What's your inner dialogue when you wake up in the morning?
Honestly, like the first thing is like, I'm tired. I wish I could sleep more.
It's crazy to be tired when you're not hungover.
And sometimes, you wake up skinny, so you're like, it's good morning. And then sometimes
Not
you
me.
wake up fat. No,
Yep, there we go.
Then you wake up and
So
you're
wait. Where do you judge that skinny or fat? I can tell you mine, and then you tell me yours. Ready? On my walk to the toilet, I'd make a profile look, like an Alfred Hitchcock look. And I can tell if I'm skinny or fat, and sometimes I don't even look.
I think he's saying the truth. Can you imagine looking like Bert and ever thinking you look skinny? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I can tell if I look skinny or like what? What does that even mean? Skinny. The word skinny. Not even bloated or less bloated. He used the word skinny or fat. But you're fat. You're not skinny. Nothing about you is skinny. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar. Mine is that the mirror is in front of me as I'm walking into the bathroom. So it's straight on. Are you weighing yourself?
Yeah.
How is it?
Not great. I'm 250, but I'll tell you this.
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. There's no way that guy's 250. This, speaking as a 250er, right? Speaking as a former 250er, there is no way Bert Kreischer's 250. Absolutely no way, shape or form, Bert is 250. Impossible. Even if he was 5'5", there is no way Bert Kreischer is 250. No way. He's definitely more. He's definitely north of 260. 280, I'd say minimum. I'd say 280 minimum. But he's definitely not 250.
Yeah.
Like I put my hands on the counter when I weigh myself, and I ease myself onto the scale, and I lower my hands, and I let go at 250.
Yeah, exactly. Big up SRZ. The only thing who's thinner exactly is thinning hair. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't wear that hat. He doesn't take off the hat, does he? That's one thing he's really insecure about. Weird, isn't it? But it doesn't seem to be that insecure about his body, or how red his face is, or how big his face is. But he seems to be very insecure about his head. No, he doesn't ever take off. He doesn't really take off his hat that much. Big up job, MIA. I'm a big back myself. He's not 250 exactly, unless he's 5'7". Exactly. Yeah, exactly. UJ, but has reverse body dysmorphia. Exactly. I never knew that was even possible. Exactly. Exactly. It's fucking crazy, bro. Honestly, usually when you're fat, you have this weird thing. I know. I had where like you see yourself as way fatter than what you actually are. Then you look back at pictures of when you thought you were fat. Oh no, yeah, exactly. For me, like you thought you were fat back then. You look at pictures back of yourself back then. You're like, oh shit, I wasn't actually that fat. You know. Whereas actually Bert, he's always been fat. Like we've known him to be this way. I don't think he's ever been really skinny ever in the time that we've known him. But he sees himself very differently. But that also maybe explains the addiction thing, the drinking. You know, we see his drinking as like, oh my god, it's crazy. He just sees it as like a couple of drinks with the lads.
And then I hop off at 250.
Okay. That is insane.
Sometimes I weigh myself backwards.
Yeah, as hard as he says, Bert is 6 foot. Okay, if he's 6 foot, that's my height. There's no way he's 250. No way. There's no way Bert Kreischer is 250. There's absolutely no way. But even if I was 250 full of muscle, Bert is definitely fatter than me. 100% he was. Back then especially. There's no way Bert Kreischer is 250. He's definitely bigger than that. He's definitely bigger than that.
And take a picture of it so I don't know what it is, but I know how heavy I was.
So you don't actually even see it?
So what I'll do is I'll stand backwards and I'll take a picture of it, and then...
But you don't look at the picture?
I don't look at...
Imagine all this cope when all you have to do is just like stop eating. Imagine all this cope if all you have to do is just like get on Ozempic or something. Hire a fucking dietitian. Or nutritionist or something. Get yourself a personal trainer. Imagine all of this cope, all of these things you have to do to just avoid the reality of what you see, of what you know. Taking pictures backwards, doing this, doing that, like, huh? Oh yeah. Either embrace what you look like and be okay with it and be at peace with it, or make the changes. This sort of like state he lives in, eternally frantic but also not doing anything about it, or internally anxious and shit, it's just like, I would not like to live like that. Having this weird anxiety over these type of things and worry, but then not wanting to do anything about it, but then also not wanting to fucking shut the fuck up about complaining.
The picture until 3 days later when I feel like I've lost weight, and then I go, I wonder how much I was. And then the other day that backfired on me. I got on the scale the other day and I was like, I did the hands thing, and I was like, okay, 250, I'm good with that number. And I was like, I wonder what I was. I must have been like 257 when I ran the 2 bears, and then I was like 247. What the f? I gained 3 pounds.
That's a good point. Big up Asalaziz. Imagine getting a trainer, dietitian, steroids, and peer planning. People look like this. That's the thing. If you think about it, who's really bodied up? I remember the last time I saw someone bodied up in comedy was maybe Mark Norman. Remember there was a time Mark Norman took off his t-shirt and weirdly enough he's super ripped. Mark Norman. Remember there was a time. I think he said it was probably because of skateboarding or something, right? But I just think he's working out. I don't think he didn't want to admit it, but you know, he clearly looked like he's working out. But there's not a lot of comedians who are actually in good shape, especially the ones that talk about training a lot. You know, you make money from just sitting down talking on the pod. You have to work. You got a lot of free time. you've got money to like hire somebody to make your meals for you, or you can just order fucking good meals every fucking single day. You can easily fast because you're not working and you don't have stresses and shit. You can spend more time following a diet, whatever you want to do. But there's not a lot of them that are bodied up. Even Rogan, for as good as Rogan looks in his age, would you want to look like Rogan though? That HGH gut and shit, the redness, the face, the head size. Given how good, I know he looks aesthetically, whatever, muscles and shit. But would people actually want to look like Rogan? I don't know. So all these guys that talk about fitness, talk about training and shit, blah 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 blah. Not really bodied up, are they? Tom is maybe a good example too. All that work and it's like, you know, just looks like a deflated Tom. You know, it's not really in shape. You know, maybe that's the whole point.
Oh my god!
But I think it's because I had pizza. I had cauliflower pizza, but I don't think they use cauliflower. I think they use bread.
That's not cauliflower pizza. That's just
I know.
pizza.
I know, but I halfway through I discovered it and I was like, I'll just pretend it's cauliflower.
Big up Dan Mandelia. Well, you said Delia's bodied up. Maybe he's the only one. Maybe Delia might be one of the few. But again, I don't think he talks about. I mean, for the ones that talk about fitness and stuff, that's a part of their brand. Part of their brand is discipline and hard work and David Goggins and Navy SEAL Team 6, Navy SEALs, Jiu-Jitsu, blah blah blah. That's their thing. Look like ass, really. You know, you don't really want to look like them. At least not naked anyway.
And then I got an IV that day, so I feel like I retained all that water.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I get 2 bags. I get dizzy as shit.
Holy shit, man. That's
is that a lot? Is that a lot? The 2 bags?
Yeah, I got to trim down too. I think I put on like 10 pounds.
Okay, what the fuck is this? The View for Men? Honestly, I blame Joe Rogan. He did this. But it's any guess how much Bert really weighs. Like Tom said, cheating while weighing yourself is crazy. It sounds like Bert's afraid of reality. He's openly spoken about his never-ending quest for his father's love and affection, and how he spent years in therapy over it. Incidentally, he just had his dad on Bertcast, and honestly, it makes absolutely zero sense how Bert is his son. He seems like a completely normal dude. And so when you add it all up, you sort of start to see the full picture. He hates paying bills, he has a fear of opening mail, Tom is his father figure even though he's several years older than Tom, he lies to himself when he jumps on the scales to make himself feel better about his lifestyle. He's basically...
Like, could you imagine making your living like this? Maybe this is reason why maybe people like myself and others aren't successful. Because one of the key parts, I think, one of the missing parts, one of the things that doesn't get spoken about enough is your ability and willingness for shame, you know? Like, look at Johnny Somali, for instance, right? Fair enough, Johnny Somali is more infamy than fame, but he's still well known. You have to be able to, if you're willing to debase yourself and just to do whatever needs to be done to get your face out there, you can do okay for yourself. And I think Bert's a good example of it. This thing, the faces, the fucking overreactions, the screeching, the this, the that. It's like, are you okay? Aren't you like in your mid-50s? And you got this like frat boy, this adult, this grandpa, boomer frat boy personality. What are we doing here?
A fatter, redder, and dumber Peter Pan, without the cool costume. Mark my words, guys, after Brendan Schaub hears that, he's going to queue up a Peter Pan costume for Halloween this year. But just before I go on, can we appreciate the sheer craziness of the way Bart weighs himself? And please correct me if I've misunderstood this. So, when he steps on the scale, he puts his hand on the counter in front of him to hold up some of his weight. Then he slowly loosens his hands on the counter, which adds weight back onto the scale. And when it gets up to 250 pounds, he gets off. Is that right? Because
he's probably lying. This guy's overthinking it. Podcast Cringe is overthinking it. He's probably just lying, to be fair. He's probably just lying. Most of it is a lie. He's probably just lying and making up on the spot to sound funny.
That's not just crazy, it's borderline fucking psychotic. Like, what the actual fuck is he talking about? And how do you take a photo of the scale behind your back? Like, literally, how do you do that? Oh man, making this video feels like one long acid trip.
I get high. I watch Bad Thoughts last night. Leanne goes to bed. It's like midnight, and I'm pretty high. I got these great PAX vape pens that are like perfect because you got me on Drive to Survive, and then that got me into Polo.
Yeah.
Last night, it auto played, like it just immediately goes into Meghan Markle's show.
Oh my God.
People need to do, you know with DSP, they've got that pie chart with DSP that kind of puts into perspective or quantifies how often DSP talks about what do you call it, begging and all that sort of shit. They gotta do that with Bert. They gotta do the same thing with Bert. You gotta fucking put, note down how often or how much Bert talks during Two Bears One Cave vis-a-vis how much Bert does. And I bet you it'll be drastic. I bet you Bert probably talks for the majority of the time on Two Bears One Cave, and it's just Tom just sitting there letting Bert have his fucking free therapy sessions where he just kind of talking to himself or talking to himself in circles.
Halfway through, Tom, I realized I was whispering. Like she whispers through it, and it's like, but like she says wild, crazy things. It's almost like she was never American. It's almost like she was never like a regular. She was always a princess. My friend Delphina is coming over. Her husband Nacho is good friends with Harry. We go out and hike, and then so I Google Nacho, right? Mm-hmm. Nacho is the most beautiful man in the world. He is one of the richest men in the world. He runs the #1 polo. Him and Harry play polo together. And guess what? Meghan Markle speaks Spanish. Meghan Markle speaks Argentinian Spanish.
Really?
And I'm like, who the is Meghan Markle?
How are these guys always complaining about how busy they are, yet Bert still has time to binge watch Meghan Markle's cooking show? I literally think that when Bart's not on stage or doing a podcast, he's just like a little kid running amok.
And most people, myself included, you don't have time to do these things. You try to watch stuff when you can watch. That's why sometimes you get people that actually have jobs or work or are just busy. That's why you get sometimes annoyed when random people just spoil stuff on social. Because you were maybe hoping to get around to watching that thing on the weekend, so you have to maybe avoid social, or you can. This guy is so busy and everything. He's on top of everything. He's entrepreneur, allegedly businessman, but has time to watch a Meghan Markle show that I've only seen clips of or screen grabs from on social. I've not even watched a single episode, but he has the time to watch the entire thing. Let's make it make sense. Are you a businessman or are you a Netflix binge watcher?
He was even talking about using a screen timing tool to limit the amount of time he spends on his phone. But the whole Meghan Markle thing was just weird. He was rambling for like 20 minutes about how he got sucked into it. I mean, it was the longest segment in the episode. He even got his producers to start pulling up photos of everyone so he could show us how good looking, white, and privileged they are.
Dude, this guy Nacho, I got onto a deep dive of him, and then that's just their first friend. Then they go to I've watched 4 episodes of this goddamn show, Tom. He's sponsored by Polo, the brand Polo. Like he's the fucking guy. Dude, how did we not become that kind of white where we played polo and we photographers and they knew how to make focaccia and they fucking made tea. Tom, she made biscuits for their fucking dog. She made biscuits for their fucking dog.
Are you going to make me watch this show?
She makes these ice cubes with flowers inside them. She goes, dude, she made a fucking mimosa that I swear to God I will make. She freezes orange juice into cubes that look like flowers, then puts them in the drink, puts them in the freezer, and then when her friends come over, she pulls it out and pours champagne on top of them. Let me tell you something. Meghan Markle could get in my pants tomorrow. She made tea bags for her friend to take home.
This is just an attempt to get her attention, isn't it? No? This is just an attempt to get her attention because they're part of the Netflix family or something. You trying to talk about this and hope that shit what? What is this? What is this? Have some shame. Have some fucking shame. Ugh.
So that she could make tea later. And then Meghan Markle's like, I've been making tea my whole life. And I can't tell if she's lying or not.
Oh, right.
I can't. Where's the black part of Meghan Markle? Isn't she black?
Half.
I don't know black people to make biscuits for their dog. I'm just saying that. It's not been a thing in black culture. We make biscuits for our dog.
So this is going to be a bit then, right? He's fishing for a compliment. He's fishing for acknowledgement. So this is also going to be a bit, for sure. This is 100% going to be a bit.
Or we leave tea bags for our friends. The only thing, she can't dance.
That's very disappointing.
Well, it makes me think like, okay, if you're black and you can't dance, maybe you spend your time cutting ribbons.
Bert's got this weird obsession with race, and I don't know if it's healthy. How many times have we heard him lusting over big black dudes and share his weird fantasies about getting railed by them? I think Rogan said something similar once too. What's with these guys and their weird-ass fantasies? And don't even get me started on the shit that goes on in Tom's head. That guy's a proper weirdo. But we've all heard Tim Dillon's funny-as-hell takes on Meghan Markle. In my review of his recent comedy special on Patreon, I mentioned how much I love hearing his rants about her and the royals, and his joke about showing a Syrian refugee how hard her life is was probably one of the best jokes in the whole special, in my opinion. And at first, Bert's rant was kind of unhinged, but the way he brought it all together at the end, well, he almost had me convinced.
I think, look, let's, for just argument's sake, Tom, okay? For argument's sake, okay? Argument's sake. Say she is the real deal. Say she does like make dog biscuits and make her own tea. She leaves it outside. She steeps it all day. And then Harry meets her, right? Harry's only the Duchesses of Wales, right? Yeah. All these like those white broads, pasty white broads that are, he's basically fucking Downton Abbey his whole life, right?
Yeah.
Meets a American half black chick, right?
Yeah.
Who can twerk a little bit, fucking rails him. And she says casually, let's just argument's sake, Tom, argument's sake.
Argument's sake.
She goes, hey man, this is a little fucked up. It's crazy, man. No one's making eye contact. Like, what the fuck? And he's like, well, I'm the prince.
Yeah.
She goes, yeah, this is kind of crazy. And by the way, everyone's like, how dark will the baby be?
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone actually said that.
This is so date. Like, did they just wake up yesterday and discover that Meghan Markle exists? Did they just realize she exists because of the show? Did they not remember? Like, isn't this like, what? This is such a thing, huh?
Will it be blacker than you?
Someone actually said, yeah. Are we looking at a Patrick Ewing or more of a Steph Curry?
We certainly don't want him any darker.
I'm too dark. What if she casually says that, right? She casually is like, yeah, this is a little fucking racist because she's American, right?
Yeah.
She's American. And then the whole world turns on her because Harry can't get his brother to fucking be on his side. What if she's not the bad person in this?
All right, guys, soft pitch. And I know a lot of you won't agree with this, but fuck it, hear me out at least. I think that was funnier than anything Bert said in his Lucky special. If he cleaned that up, got rid of all the squealing and shit, kept his shirt on and turned the energy down a few notches from his usual stand-up energy, I think he could be funny. Now, let's not get crazy. We all know he's a hack, but he does have his moments. And I think his take on Meghan Markle has legs. Well, maybe 5 years ago. But hey, let's cut him some slack. Rogan's been doing the same jokes for 5 years as well. The thing is, though, one thing I've noticed about comedians like Bert, and this goes for Tim Dillon as well, they're always funnier on their podcasts than they are on stage. How many times have you pissed yourself laughing listening to Tim Dillon ranting on his podcast and then tuned into his comedy special and been disappointed? This is what I think happens, right? They come up with a funny story or a hot take on a podcast, someone tells them it's funny, maybe they hear their producers laughing, or Joe Rogan calls them up and tells them they're really funny and should tell it on stage, whatever it is, they decide to work on it. Then they absolutely butcher it. They work it into the ground until it's no longer funny and it sounds formulaic and scripted. And then everyone says they're funnier on their podcasts than they are on stage.
Nah, I just don't think they're putting enough time into it. I think they spend way more time podcasting than they do writing jokes, which makes sense because podcasting pays them more. Usually, most people in life spend most of your time doing the thing that pays you the most. Whether it's your job or whatever you do, you usually allocate the large part of your day doing the thing that benefits you the most, monetarily. And these guys are no different. They just spend way more time on their Patreons, on their podcasts, than they do writing jokes. That's why when they do eventually write, especially when they write jokes for their pod, because they're thinking about it all the time, that's why they're so much funnier on there. Simple as that, really. If they would spend more time doing jokes, then they would be funnier. writing. They just don't do it. When's the last time you've heard a comedian talk about their writing process recently? Especially within the Rogan crew. You know, how they, you know, what they're doing, how often they're going up, popping in and shit, or just talking about their tours. When's the last time you heard them mention it? They don't really mention it because they don't do it. So yeah, I get it because it pays well, but let's not, you know, they just did it more, they'll be okay, but they don't.
There you go, Bert. I figured it out for you, buddy. Anyway, remember to head over to my...
So anyway, that's it. We got it. Big up Podcast Cringe. Appreciate that guy. And then before we leave, we're going to do one Wings of Redemption. Let's do Wings of Redemption before we leave. Let's do Wings of Redemption. It's coming from about 5:30 here on my side. So let's do Wings of Redemption. There's a new Wings of Redemption just dropped. Oh, it's 60 minutes. Okay, cool. Wings of Redemption calls his wife a BITCH, I'm assuming, right? Uh-oh, here we go. He called his wife a BITCH. Big up Wings of Redemption. It's the last clip we're going to check because I got about, it's about nearly approaching 5:30 here. If you like the stream, you see what you like, make sure you smash the like button down below. Join if you want to become a member. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the 31 days. We've restarted the 31 days. I know it's day 1, but we're still here. We're still going. 4th time is a charm. We're back on the boat. We're back on the horse. We're going again. We're going the fucking again. Big up Stevie Gerrard. Fuck Stevie Gerrard. We're go again. Let's fucking go. Make sure you like the stream. Like the stream. Like the stream.
Dance. Hear the DJ go boom, I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom deadly. Right here, dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Never believe you gotta get away. Don't play the bullshit, cause kid don't play. If I got a problem, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on the DJ that involves it.
Wing, look at his head. Come on, Wings.
No. Hello, everybody. Riveting gameplay. This is kind of boring, pimp doodly doo. Well, I suggest you hit the X button to go find something you like. My favorite chicken spots, Zaxby's. Zero chat, dude. It's zero chat interaction because of the trolling. Like honestly, I'm waiting for my mods to come in and take them out.
Love it, right? You got punish your actual viewers, punish your actual fans by not interacting with them because there's trolls in the chat. Love it, love it, love it, love it.
Lummox stole it from me, my man. Why do you think he's a hired hoodlum? This is something I stated back in the day. I called most of my viewers hoodlums because they said to break the law to fuck with me. Joshua, so we gonna do this show or what? Kind of annoying that you said we were going to make it happen this week and nothing has even started. Shame, really. I'm nervous about it, so I've been putting it off.
I'm nervous. Like, it's fucking streaming and making content, man. Fucking hell. These, honestly, some of these guys, man, these locals are amazing. I'm nervous. Just make the fucking video, you dork.
Motivation's been an issue for me lately.
Shout out LUMMOX. All the fucking shout out LUMMOX.
And like pushing the like peer pressuring into the show is usually not the answer.
So just leave you alone, right? Cool.
Yeah, the fucking
Breaking Banquet.
The
if you throw enough shit at the wall, eventually you get LUMMOX's channel. I thought you said eventually Kelly drops on the table. It's
about
true,
the plans to steal his rims. All right, go for it. Ooh, that's unique.
I got time.
Ain't nobody gonna steal the rims off my truck. What will you do if your truck gets left on cinder blocks? Do a police report and make an insurance claim. Then look at the cameras and see who did it. Because my house has tons of cameras and my truck's always parked under a camera.
Snitch, of course.
What if somebody disables your cameras like Sam Fisher does? Motherfucker, these bitches right here that would even think about doing this are afraid to talk to girls. They're not Sam Fisher. Sam Fisher's a fictional video game character, and he's done more manly acts than these motherfuckers have. Let's stop pretending now.
Imagine Wings trying to tell you what does and doesn't constitute as a man, or doesn't constitute for a man. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I ain't losing no sleep over that. It's like the people that said, "Oh, I'm gonna show it to your house. I'm gonna show up to your house." Yeah. First off, if you're gonna show up to my house to do dirty, don't do it. Second off, yeah, I'm dead. I have no fear of you. I ain't lose a damn wink of sleep. Not a wink. Watching the way you deal with enemies makes me remember Cheesehead for some reason. Dude, you're using the term enemies. Like, a lot of these people are actually fans. They only really like interacting with me because they want to see my personality. Like, that's the gist of everything. It's like a lot of these dudes are actually fans of me. I don't really have enemies. I actually forgive people too quickly to have enemies.
Thoughts on Becky using the N-word? Don't care.
It's poetic that I camp in everything I do. What do you mean camping? In everything I do. Like I just don't understand the way you guys play video games.
I don't even know nothing about video games. I don't even know if he's camping or not. It's just the fact that people can say that to him and it can trigger such a response. It can literally make him want to crash out. That just fucking makes me belly laugh, man, honestly. Like, just ignore the comment, bro. Just ignore the comment. It really isn't that deep. Just ignore it.
Games. No, the trolling in the grand scheme of things has actually hurt me. Because I would have been a pretty successful first-person shooter guy on Twitch at this point if it wasn't for like the conga lines and all that other shit. I was averaging 1,200 viewers on Battlefield for a while, and then the conga line shit stopped up. Then I got up to 700-800 viewers on hello. On Rainbow, and then I got banned off of Twitch.
Still mentioning Twitch banning, by the way. Love it.
There's a couple times I almost popped off on Twitch, and the trolling just fucked with it.
To say, my purpose was given to me by my mother.
I haven't sold any shirts, honestly.
I act of minds. I won't allow anyone
I was
speak ill of that.
I want to get a Band World shirt and have like
he talks about plans so much, man. That's why I like watching his content too. He reminds me a lot of my old self with that level of procrastination. He loves mentioning plans. He loves fleshing out plans and never doing anything. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that. And he never gets around to doing it. He's just lazy. He just would rather just start stream, play boring, play without, providing any, not being entertaining whatsoever, and then get the most out of it for doing the least. That's his MO. What can I do that requires the least amount of effort that makes me the most money? Which is, its own kind of money glitch, to be fair to him. It's a bit of a money glitch because, like DSP, he doesn't hide who he is. Wings doesn't try to pretend he's like entertaining. He doesn't try and pretend he's a fucking funny guy to watch or whatever. He just does what he does, the same way, and says the things the same way and doesn't change. As that fucking meme says, Wings never changes. Built Coin in the stream chat. Well, yeah, he's so bad at video games for doing it for 20 years. Yeah, that's another thing that's always gonna fascinate me about video game locales. To be fair, like the ones who just like play games for the most part, like DSP Wings. What's that? Bro, you guys are so bad. Like, how could you enjoy this after, like, how are you not good at one game even? Or like elite level, at least at one game. Come on, man. 20 years playing video games as a career and you're not good high level at least at one video game.
Like when you
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
and have like every time that somebody buys a shirt, it goes up in numbers. So you have like 001, 002, 0003.
He thinks he created that, by the way. He thinks he came up with a genius idea. You see how his eyebrows lifted when he said that? He thinks he came up with a genius idea because he thinks he created the concept of limited edition shirts. He thinks he created the concept of numbered limited edition t-shirts. You see how he got excited? You see how generally excited he got?
Let my hand share them with me.
And have like every time that somebody buys a shirt, it goes up in numbers. So you have like 001, 002, 0003. I always thought that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, super cool. Never been done before.
Well, I'm not running my shirt. Billy Joe actually runs the shirt company. I don't know when she wants to launch the website.
So lazy, you got someone else to do it for him.
I get very little t-shirt. Like, I told Billy Joe she can have 85% of the profits. I'm just going to get 25%. And she runs the entire shirt shop herself.
What? What kind of split is that? I wouldn't be happy with that. And also, isn't the maths wrong?
Percent of the profits. I'm just gonna get 20. Little t-shirt. Like, I told Billy Joe she can have 85% of the profits. I'm just gonna get 25%, and she runs the entire.
I don't know. The maths doesn't seem right there to me.
Entire shirt shop herself. I just want to put merch out there. I said 75%.
You said
25%.
You said 85%. Exactly. Giving money to the guy who hits women.
First off, I don't hit women.
Yeah, you do.
Appreciate that, Bo.
You do, definitely do. We saw you hit your own wife.
Appreciate it. Whew. Damn. Took me out like a date. So good. We can just ride back over here. Well, put me in a box like some takeout.
Go ahead and ban history of if we have any mods here,
I bet
please.
you won't try to hit me when you like hit your wife exactly.
History of. I don't hit people unless they get aggressive with me. Usually, man.
Oh, that's justification for beating your wife.
Aren't you the same dude that said he was going to show up to my house and beat me up? What happened with that? Where'd that energy go to?
Yeah, let's go. That's a smart tactic, by the way. Wings is a person with quite an unhinged base of, quite unhinged detractors. Let's go out of our way to goad, antagonize people that don't like you. Let's do that. Let's remind them of their threats. Let's do that. That's a smart move, right? The person that gets bullied online by people, they still use PSN, they make him shave his beard, they do all sorts of manner of shit, they got him banned off Twitch, all this shit. Let's antagonize these people. Let's goad them into a reaction. Let's double dare them. That's a smart tactic.
This man is literally sitting here in a chat asking a 400-pound man to test him like he is doing the most man.
Imagine, that's a weird way to like diss yourself, isn't it? Self-own. A 400-pound man, as if like what? You have no value because you're 400 pounds. You're not manly. Okay.
Manly thing he could possibly think of. I just want you to point this out. It's not even like I guess this is cheesing in a way, but like Can you? Could I beat him with like everything else? Yeah. I mean, like, you want me to see? You don't see me beat him without the Scarlet Rot? I can do that. Shit. What you do there is you just basically, that gives you 3 hits here. Oh crap! Kind of messed up.
Church lady. They haven't texted to me. They just told me the number.
Oh, you just show me the number.
They didn't send it to me. They told me it.
What's the number?
2400.
That's what I figured it'd be.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there now because it's fucking 5:30 and I need to get fucking go to sleep and shit and prepare myself for tomorrow. Big up everyone in the stream chat. Big up everyone in the stream chat. Apologies for coughing on the mic. First a bit parched and shit and whatever else. Allergies are also kicking my ass. But big up everyone for tuning in. Big up everyone for tuning in. I'll be back again tomorrow. Day 2 commences of the fucking 31 days random show marathon. Let's see how long I can keep this one going. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Make sure you like the stream before you leave. That'll be greatly appreciated. Subscribe to the channel. Join and become a member. Trying to hit 500 members by the end of the 31 days. If you can help with it, that'll be obviously greatly appreciated. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. All that good shit. I'll be back again tomorrow on time, 11:45. All right, I'll be back again tomorrow on time, 11:45. I should be back. I'll schedule the stream straight away, and we'll probably do a golden hour. We ain't done a golden hour watch along in a while, and I think a new golden hour episode just dropped, so we'll do probably a golden hour watch along tomorrow with a new episode. So that'll be the majority of the show. So if you're in love with that, if you want to hang out and do that, let's do it. Golden hour, golden hour, golden hour, golden hour, golden hour, mostly tomorrow. But thank you for the stream chat. Appreciate all of you for tuning in. Big up Asad Aziz, Koala, of course, Ace of Andy. Big up Ace on my guy, Uche, of course, darling. Big up to you. Ryan Harty, Black American, of course. Big heart to you, Josie. Big up. Ricardo, who was here earlier too. Everybody in the stream chat. Appreciate all of you. Joffrey MIA. Big up you as well. Everybody that joined in, appreciate you. Smash the like, hit subscribe. Join me again tomorrow. Join me again tomorrow. Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. Join me again tomorrow. Okay? Cool. Peace. Thank you for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow. Take care.